How are we doing there, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Hope everybody's having a good day. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Now, let's see if we got some chunky mailboxes to open this morning. I'm hoping we do. Reset day is usually a good day for sales. Let's take a little look. We'll start at the beginning. For those that were watching yesterday, we were working through the campaign a little bit. We were trying to get some Stygia. I spent about an hour or so yesterday out in the moor farming some Stygia. I did manage to get the 2,000 Stygia that we needed, so we now have Crafter's Mark 3 for both jewel crafting and blacksmithing. So we're getting there. Progress is being made, which is pretty good. Only 2 Legos sold yesterday. It's 2 is better than 1, which is definitely better than none. There's it's definitely true that there's less people out there buying right now, but if you have the right ones available, if you can manage to defeat your competition, you will be fine. Do not worry. And there's plenty of time until 9.2 anyway, so. Right, let's get straight to it. Mailbox number 1, Sylvanus. We probably are going to have to fight through... Oh no, we're not fighting through expireds. Okay. Straight to the good stuff. Straight to the good stuff. What's this going to be? A solid 2.2. 2.2 yesterday. Not too bad at all. Not too bad at all. That probably means we although it's a nice 2.2 million mailbox, but I'm quite sure I spent more gold than that yesterday. So hopefully there's some reasonable profits in this. Can I spot any that are going to be good? Unbride arm guards at 73,000 gold. They're nicely profitable. Arm guards are on the cheaper end to craft. And that is likely to be a rank 6. It's hard, you can never tell what rank these are, so you kind of have to guess. There's Shadow Ghast breastplate at 70k. There's some good gold in that. Still between... I'd say the average price is about 50 to 60,000 gold right now. There's a few that go higher than that, but a few that go lower. Anything that wasn't a legendary though. Blessed Dawnlight Medallion of the Peerless. That's a fancy schmancy BFA ring, isn't it? Blessed Dawnlight Medallion of the Peerless, or a neck or something. 13k. Go on. Yeah, just primordial rubies. We sold some of those. Oh, more of those. 8 primordial rubies. Oh, we're basically giving them away now. That's why. Nice. I'll take it. Let's loot them up. Let's see how that changes our total. Now, before I show you the TSM graph and you all collapse and fall over, there's a reason why it's trending downwards. This is the last month for me. This is the last month. And this will surprise some people because, Manthias, aren't you meant to make gold? And the answer is yes, but I am making gold by spending gold. Last month, or the month of December for me, has been all about increasing my stock holding of legendaries. I've over doubled the amount of legendaries that I keep crafted. Now, of course, when we're looking at ranks 4s, 5s, and 6s, that mounts up to be a serious amount of gold spent on keeping these things crafted. I went from stocking 3 rank 4s, 1 rank 5, and 3 rank 6s. So 3, 1, 3. I bumped that up to 535. So I had to craft, well, what you can tell by here, close to 10 million gold, I would say, roughly, give or take. We were at just above 40 and now we're just above 30, so roughly 10 million gold in upping my inventory. And what this is going to do is it's going to mean that I never run out of stuff. One of the big problems I was having was on the meta slots. I was always running out. And when you end up with 0 to sell, that's bad news. It's bad news. Yes, the classic, lose money on every sale but make it up in volume. Yeah, in a weird way. I've also been stocking up on materials pretty aggressively as well. So this is all in preparation for 9.2. If we actually look at what we have stock-wise, you can see we've got somewhere in the range of, even at minimum price, 17.5 million gold worth of legendaries crafted right now. So if we were to liquidate, we'd not only be back past where we were, but we'd be considerably richer as well. So if we were to liquidate our stock now, so this is why it's been going down. It's taken me a couple of weeks to get this inventory higher because this realm just doesn't have that many materials available at any point. And I didn't want to drastically overpay for them, so. But with this stock now increased, we've made a few boo-boos occasionally. There's a couple of occasions where TSM has not updated the inventory, and we've ended up with like 10 sets of rank 4 Grimvale braces somehow. That's double crafted them, which is a bit annoying, but you know, it's a rank 4, we'll sell them eventually, it's no biggie. Profit on these is all pretty good, but you can also see that the profit margins have been squeezed pretty heavily. This is very deliberate. I don't particularly want rank 4s to be super profitable, nor do I really want rank 5s or rank 6s to be super profitable. I want them to make me money, but I don't want them to be so profitable that it attracts a whole bunch of new people to the market, because that just adds competition, and I want less competition technically. But now we're at a point where we are pretty much fully stocked, and I'm not going to stock any more than this before 9.2. Going into 9.2, we'll have a lot of inventory to sell, and now we can let this gold value come back up again, and we'll start to see the profit out the back of it. You're selling the rings and necks, literally everything. If it's a legendary, if it's a base legendary item, well, I say literally everything. Every single slot, yes. I don't stock ranks 1s, 2s, and 3s. There's just too many. I mean, there's already 150, 250, let's say 260, nearly 400 legendaries just with ranks 4, 5s, and 6s. So, based on my inventory stock holding. It's, you know, much more than that, and it's just too much to be dealing with, but we'll see. In regards to are they actually selling, I would assume so. We can take a little look. I don't keep too much of a close eye on any one specific thing, but Shadow Ghast Ring. Yeah, I sell a few of them. Not a huge amount. Not a huge amount of Shadow Ghast rings. They're quite competitive on my realm. And I'm not super competitive with jewel crafting. But you can see in the last month, we've sold arguably actually only about one every 3 days, which is not fantastic to be honest, but we do sell them occasionally. Want to buy ibuprofen and coffee? Wow. I mean, that's a double dose of drugs in the morning. I agree with the coffee. What about the neck? We selling the necks? Interestingly, a similar number of necks. So we're selling a range of both of them, which is quite good. Often the dual crafting rings and necks, considering ore prices on this realm are a little bit wackadoodle. Considering ore prices tend to be pretty high, the profit margins in dual crafting on this realm is really skinny. Really skinny. We were given cherry sambuca. Oh yeah, that'll get messy. That'll get messy. I do like me some sambuca though. It's a bit of a I have a bit of an Achilles heel for sambuca. I love it, but it does give you tragic hangovers.
My inventory is full.
Right, we should probably also oh, okay. Lots of stuff is about to expire within half an hour anyway. Let's maybe do a cancel scan on our Legos. Cancel 4, 5s and 6s and let's see what the damage is there. Should have done every other tequila, but you know, to balance it out. is that how we drink responsibly? Don't drink only sambuca, make sure you mix in the odd tequila. A vague recollection of some really bad karaoke attempts. If you remember them being bad, you hadn't drunk enough. After a few drinks, I seem to believe that I can sing Wonderwall better than the Gallagher brothers can themselves. A casual 220 auctions to cancel here. Okay, sure. Right, maybe we'll jump onto the next realm when we hit cancel cap, which will be about now. 64, 65, 66. Boom, there it is. Throttle. Let's jump on to this one. I have too many WoW accounts. Too many WoW accounts. Alright, let's check Tower and Mill. See what's going on over here. I have a sneaky feeling I accidentally opened my mailbox on this realm yesterday. So this might not be quite as tasty. I want to get the mailboxes opened. I want to get the auction house sorted first thing this morning. And then I want to get back onto Draenor because we are progressing nicely over there. I'm putting a lot of time and effort into getting Draenor up to speed before 9.2 because that realm is a gold mine. Absolute gold mine. There's a couple of markets on that realm that look very juicy that I want to be a part of. It seems that on Draenor nobody understands prospecting. So if I can get people to buy my essences over there, I can literally print money. Okay, we sold some lightless silk and a few legendaries. This is the wow. These are low rank ones. These are low rank ones. These must be some of my old rank 1s, 2s, and 3s or whatever. That was pretty tragic, wasn't it? This is the difference between a realm where you... For example, Sylvanas, I've got it... I wouldn't say I've got it on lockdown, but I've got a very good standing over here. I'm a very big fish in a relatively medium-sized pond, which is super helpful. It means I don't have to do that much cancel scanning and can still make huge amounts of sales, just purely because I end up being the only one that have got certain things for sale. On Taran Mill, though, this place is mahusive, and it still falls into the category of that if you're not cancel scanning, you don't sell stuff. But that's fine. I'm once again, I'm just looking to get a good stock holding in place. I'm probably going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to spend a lot of my liquid gold, I think, on crafting legendaries in advance for patch 9.2. As I feel that there will be a big spike in demand for ranks 4s and 6s just before and also just after the patch is launched. Because the best case scenario, absolute best case scenario, is that we get access to our rank 7 legendary at some point in the first week. Absolute best case scenario. But anything other than that best case scenario, and rank 6 sales are going to explode. So having them stocked up, having them pre-crafted, having some spare materials is going to be pretty valuable. And it's not like my liquid gold is doing anything else for me right now. So I'm quite confident in holding a big inventory. I don't think it's going to crash in value. I'm not too worried about there being any, you know, disastrously I mean, what could possibly happen to crash the price of legendaries? The only concern currently for me is the price of Korthite crystals, but Korthite crystals can't go that far. And let's be honest, in patch 9.2, nobody's going to be in flipping Korthia, meaning that the Korthite crystal prices surely cannot. They might drop because supply is better than what it is now, but as soon as people start buying and selling their legendaries again, they will just disappear, and they'll be back at 1,000 gold a piece on the big realms. So to buy them up now, to craft some stuff now, I don't think we're really ever going to see the days of Korthite crystals being like 200 gold, 100 gold a piece again. I just don't think it's possible. There's just not enough people incentivized to do Korthia right now. Yet every single player, every single character still wants their legendaries, and that's not going to change. So Draenor, I found personally I make more by posting 12 hours and not cancel scanning. As long as it's up, I sell some stuff. The time it takes to cancel, that I haven't got something like, it's similar situation for me. I don't do a huge amount of cancel scanning. I'll do a big cancel scan in the morning, just so that everything is, you know, refreshed. But outside of that, I barely do a cancel scan at all ever. Not at this point in the patch. It's not peak season. I'll do cancel scanning like an absolute crazy person, but it's not peak season, so. We're probably getting a new Soul Ash or Soul Cinder, right? No, is the easy answer to that. We are getting something called, well, we kind of are. We're not getting a Soul Ash, Soul Cinder in terms of it's going to be used to upgrade a legendary. We are getting a new currency. I want to say it was called Cosmic Dust. I might have just remembered it to be Cosmic Dust. It might be called something else. But there's going to be a currency that will be used for not necessarily for upgrading your legendaries, but for turning regular pieces of gear into set pieces. Raiding, killing bosses, doing M+, Great Vault are not going to be the only sources to get your set pieces. You're going to be able to turn regular pieces of gear into set pieces, I believe, with this like Cosmic Dust or something. Similar in a way to back in BFA where we had, what was it called? Titan Residue? Titan something. That you could save up some of this stuff and then you could buy a piece of gear with it. Instead of just buying the piece of gear, I believe we turn a regular piece into a set piece. But none of that's on the PTR yet. It was talked about early days. It was kind of data mined. We kind of know it's a thing. But there's not so much like you're not going to be running Torghast for a dust or an ash to upgrade a legendary. That process is now being put to bed. They're making, I think they're going along the lines of making Torghast entirely optional as well. I think they've gone deep end. they've gone off the deep end with the making everything optional for this patch. Simply because people have been so pissed off that Torghast became mandatory content, whether you like it or not again. Similar to how Islands was in BFA. And the fact that, you know, we're going through a bit of a Blizzard divorce right now. Mummy Blizzard and Daddy Blizzard are not happy with each other. And so you know, they're doing everything to make everybody happy. We'll see how it turns out, but there's still a lot of updates to go onto the PTR, so it's the last patch, time to make the game playable before the next expansion. Yeah, it's kind of gross. It seems to happen every expansion. More and more so, people are saying that, well, don't bother playing the expansion, just play the last patch, and you'll still get to see and do everything. And it's kind of true, and it's kind of annoying that they do it that way, but they want everybody to be able to not only dive back in, but also to be able to kind of finish everything. So all of the catch-up systems, everything comes into place. That's the only thing that's that I'm wondering about Legendaries, how they're going to do this Legendary business.
I can't carry more.
Because I'm kind of hoping that there will be some Legendary crafting catch-up system. Corthite crystals were kind of meant to be. The Vestige of Origins was kind of originally designed to make it so that you can craft higher rank legendaries earlier, which is, while it's not necessarily a catch-up system, it's a soft nerf to the profession as a whole. The problem then became, though, that you weren't able to use Corthite crystals to make Vestige of Origins to be able to make those higher ranks at a competitive price. That was the problem. So they kind of balanced it just tight enough so that the system still worked, but not loose enough to actually let it work as a catch-up system, which was a bit sad. Hopefully with the Vestige of Eternal, the new one, that should, hopefully, assuming the materials for that don't end up being outrageously expensive, should let people start crafting rank 4s straight away. Because if you get your Vestige of Eternal and it gives you +3 ranks, you can take your rank 1 pattern that you know by default, because you've just dinged 16, you've introduced yourself to the Rune Carver. You can learn your Vestige of Eternal, and you can instantly start crafting rank 4s. Hopefully at a considerably cheaper price. That will give many, 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 many more people the opportunity to get into the Legendary market. The gold will still be there to be made at the top end, but we'll see how it plays out, because like I said, there's a problem in the middle, and the problem in the middle is going to be ranks 5s and 6s. Now, I know that you don't have to naturally step up. You don't have to go rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, rank 4, rank 5, rank 6. People can just go in and buy a rank 7. But the point is that if people want to continue to level the profession, they're going to be making rank 4s, they're going to be making rank 5s, they're going to be making rank 6s, and they're going to want them to sell, because they need to craft them to sell them to, you know, continue their leveling. You still need the Soul Cinders and Soul Ash, but this could be sent from a main if you've done a lot of Torghast. Well, the likelihood is nobody's going to... I can't imagine there's a huge amount of people. Once rank 7 is readily available, I can't imagine there'll be a huge amount of people that will bother with a rank 6. So... the whole system's going to, well, we don't know the answers yet, but it could end up getting messy. Right, I believe that is now a full refresh on Legos over here. We have lots of gaps in our inventory, which we could definitely do with fixing. Just out of curiosity, how is the Corthite crystal price? Tragic. Actually tragic. Oh dear. Alright, fine. For rank 6 you need 5150 soul ash and 1650 soul cinders, something like that. Plus the vestige from the vessel from the goblins. Yeah, yeah. Now you see, arguably, to make the rank 7, you'll still need all of that, plus probably something else. So it may not necessarily be quite so simple for people to step straight up to their rank 7. Just purely because they're going to have to do some of the lower level content to get the things that they need. Or, you know, we say all of this, Blizzard might just make it so that you need 100 cosmic dust and bang, there you go, have a rank 7. They could just go ridiculous with it. We don't know yet. This is the thing. There's still so many things we don't know. Right, this realm, for now at least, is done. Let's log that one out. Let's get Draenor loaded up, because I'm interested to see what's going on over here. Can result in low ranks. Yeah, there's still a very, very good likelihood that everything will still sell. The question that goblins obviously have is, can I craft it and sell it at a profit? There'll still be people out there that will be willing to buy every single rank, because they will look in their currency tab, they'll see what currency they have, and they'll probably try and craft the highest level legendary they can craft. If at that point they can only craft a rank 4, they'll craft a rank 4. I had a guy yesterday trying to get me to sell him a rank 6 Shadowgast helm for 30k. I told him if you can find the mats for 30k, you can have it at that price. Got called some very unsavory names. This is the reason to why I just don't face-to-face craft for people. I've put in the time and the effort so that I don't have to do that. I go out of my way to make sure that I have every single rank 4, 5 and 6 not only crafted but listed on the auction house at all times. I've done my bit to make it easy for you to get your legendary. I'm not going further out of my way to craft you one personally. If I'm going to craft you one personally, it's going to cost you more than what it is on the auction house. Certainly not less. In the first 2 weeks of the expansion, when I was trying to level things up, I might have considered doing face-to-face crafts just for the experience, but I'm not in it for the experience anymore. I'm leveled up, I'm ranked up. I don't need to put myself through that. Ooh, selling things this morning. Oh, we sold some of our Essence of Servitude. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. This is proof in point. As long as on this realm I can still continue to sell the essences by themselves, there is stupid amounts of gold to be made over here. Considering, I did some quick napkin math yesterday. Currently, based on the essence prices... Oh, there's no Essence of Servitude on the auction now. Somebody's reset them all. That's probably why mine sold. Given the market value for these these essences, the Torments and the Rebirth especially, with a lithium ore any less than 80 gold a piece, I can just straight up prospect it, sell the essences raw, use the gems to craft rings, and basically double my money. It's a little bit ridiculous. I tell them I only sell through the auction house. Yeah, if somebody asks me for something, I'll tell them that, look, I've got 3 of them listed on the auction house. They're there if you want them. Oh, but I've got mats. Well, then sell your mats and buy my pre-crafted one. Easy. So many people haggling unnecessarily when doing face-to-face trading. It's not even that for me most of the time. It's the fact that you've got the complications of things like the Vestige of Origins. If somebody tries to turn up and give you materials, they then often don't know what materials they need to provide you for the Vestige of Origins. They don't do their homework and they don't do their research so frequently. They expect you to just tell them what they need. Which is usually why I just have a zero tolerance policy on face-to-face trades. If it was as simple as give me, you know, 3 of this material, 4 of that material, I might consider it, but equally, I don't understand why it's not a two-way transaction when I'm going out of my way to do something for you, and you're expecting a discount because of that? No. No. The essences, I've got about 2,000 of each, but no Torment. Torment is tormenting me. Torment tends to be the one... Now, I've always gone by the theory that when you prospect a lithium ore, eventually, if you prospect enough of it, it balances out as an equal number of the essences. But I'm more and more believing that that's just not true. I think the weighting of the essences is slightly biased. Not by much, but by enough to make Torment be the one that people are just always missing. But it's kind of hard to prove that without mass prospecting 10 million lithium ore. It's why I love jewel crafting. It's why it's always been one of my favourite professions. Simply because the prospecting mechanic has just enough air of randomness to it to mean that people usually don't know what they're doing with it. And usually don't understand the maths. And when there's uncertainty, there's always profit. Literally always. Do you only prospect to lithium? No, I see, this is the thing, right? You just kind of got to be naturally good at maths. The more you try and calculate it out, you don't really get anywhere, because it's still RNG. It's still random what essences that you get. This is why you can sort of put some rough numbers to it. For example, you can compare Leystrite against a lithium, but it's then difficult to compare, right, well, how much should I buy the zone-specific ore for if I just need, like, 1 or I just need 2 different types of essences? Then you've got, you know, all of that to begin with is making the assumption that you're selling the same amount of rings and necks. You're very rarely selling the same amount of rings and necks. You naturally need more Torment and Rebirth, because you're much likely to sell more rings than you are necks. And so all of this means you kind of have to play it by ear a little bit. It's very difficult to put solid numbers to prospecting. I mean, you can do, but you can only, even if you put solid numbers to it, that doesn't necessarily mean that the outcome is going to be the same every time, because there's that random element of prospecting. Only prospecting the zone specific ore can you guarantee how many essences that you will get. If you start prospecting a lithium or you start prospecting lacerite, there's, you know, you might not get the essences that you want. But that's where it gets quite fun. Was thinking about your drain ore progress just to make gold from prospecting. Well, the first it's probably true to say that I will level jewel crafting legendaries first, because I know that I'll be able to make a fair amount of gold off doing it, and I also know that both the neck and the ring sell fast enough for me to get good turnaround on the stock, and start generating profits off those quite quickly. I will probably, once I can afford it, I will use jewel crafting to cash cow the progress on some of the other slots and ranks. Is my plan. That is the plan. It is only a plan at this point, but it's the plan. We need to make a few 100,000 gold though off 200 and 230 gear first. Because we need to basically be able to swallow the cost of rank 1s. 15 rank 1s, that's 150 of each essence. Yeah, that's going to get quite costly to begin with. I've not run the numbers yet, but it's... we probably need a couple of 100,000 gold just to get through rank 1 hell. But then if I've unlocked the Vestige of Origins and the Vestige and the Corthite crystals, if I can get them at the right price, I might be able to start banging out rank 4s at a somewhat competitive price. Even if I have to take a little bit of a loss because I'm creating them with a Vestige, so my crafting cost is not as accurate as it could be. It would be more worthwhile me to take a little bit of a loss on selling rank 4s that I can sell quite quickly than try and struggle through rank 2 and rank 3. But we'll see. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. Like I said, legendaries is the end game. We're barely in the mid game so far. On Draenor at least. It will probably be a couple of weeks before we start chipping away at legendaries, I'd say. Right, that's just taking its sweet ass time. Let's get this lot listed again. Finally finished the Corthia campaign and got all my alts to renown 80. Nice one, nice one. I've achieved that on Sylvanas, on my main realm. I'm renown 80 and I'm campaign complete on the characters that I need over here. I've still got a fair amount of campaign progress to chip away at on my other realms though, if I want to be safe for patch 9.2. We still don't know if we need to be renown 80 or are going to need to have the 9.1 campaign done, but as I've said a few times, I'd rather have it done and then not need it to have been done than, you know, find out we need it and then have to push 5 characters through the campaign in a week or something stupid. That's not going to be fun for anybody. Plowed through rank 2 to get rank 4, 5s and 6. The 2s worked out to be the least costly. If I put they sell, happy days, I wrote them off as it was a cost willing to get into the market. Yeah, see, this is the thing. This is what rank 1 is basically all day long. I call it rank 1 hell. Literally, because once you've crafted your first 15 rank 1s, you then have choice, right? You can either craft a rank 2 or you can craft a rank 4 using the Vestige of Origins. Because you get given that choice, you know, you can decide which path is easier for you to tackle. But you have no choice but to craft 15 rank 1s. So you just kind of got to get through that first. You've got to do that, and then you have choice. Now, of course, in 9.2, you'll have that choice straight away. Because instead of crafting rank 1s, you could choose to craft rank 4s using the Vestige of Eternal. Because that gives you plus 3 ranks. So you could take your 1 to a 4 straight away. But I want to be, let's say, I want to be a little bit ahead of the game for the launch of patch 9.2. So I'm going to have to try and drive through rank 1 hell in the next few weeks. It's going to require a lot of gold. Crafting rank 2s with Korthite crystals at 800 gold isn't an option for me either, though. See, yeah, this is the problem, right? It's an option. You get choice, but there's often one option that is clearly better than the other. You know, if it costs you 15,000 gold to make a rank 2, or it costs you 25,000 gold to make that rank 4, but you're probably not going to sell that rank 2 for anywhere near profitable, yet you might get most of the cost back from the rank 4. You kind of have to just balance it. You have to just work out which option you're going to choose. You get the same experience if you craft with a Vestige, right? Yes, correct. Yeah, you get the experience that you would get by crafting it naturally, whether you use a Vestige or not. So if you're using the base rank 1 pattern, you get 5 XP. What is it, like 5, 10, and then 15? If I remember right. Crafting the rank 4s with the Vestige was like 28,000 gold for the Vestige, but to craft a rank without it cost only 9k. Wasn't going to make that back, so just pumped out 2s. Either or, I mean, if you're, like I said, if you're happy to sit on it, you probably will sell those 2s eventually. If you're happy to just slowly, you know, keep them listed, you'll accidentally sell a few occasionally and it will be fine. Based on rereading that, I think I may still have Sambuca with me. I'm impressed you can type at all. This is why I don't drink all that often. The day after is usually pretty tragic. Although saying that, I did a lot of drinking at Christmas. Right, there's a whole bunch of stuff expiring sort of soon over here. Let's focus on getting this realm back up and running. With this back up and running, we can focus a little bit more on Draenor. Lots of below mins posting at mins now. Oh, hang on. My tailoring. If it's below min, do I want to post at min or do I want to post at normal? I think I need to make a quick adjustment to what we've got going on here. This is set to post at normal if it goes below minimum. I actually think I want that to be the case for all of them. I want to create a bigger delta between... Yeah, I want a bigger delta between when it goes below my minimum price and what I post it at. So that if the cheap one then gets bought, mine are at a more profitable point. I remember it was 3 AM when I said it was time to go home, munching on a Cornish pasty. Yeah, I've had those nights. Yeah, below min posting it normal seems a more sensible option for now. Was that all the cancels? Really? Maybe it is. Alright, let's loot these out. Oh, we're back in expired town. Okay. One day I'll sell all of these things. What's the auctioneer add-on called? I'm using Trade School Master for most of my auctioning. Is the 200, 230 market good to go right now? Oh yeah, very much so. Very much so. Lots of people like leveling alts all the time. Today's mailbox put me past 1 million. Oh, nice one. That's a big milestone for people. When you get your first million gold, it's a huge milestone. And most people also say that 1 million turns into 2 very quickly. If you continue to just keep doing what it was that you were doing to get that first million, your second will turn up very quickly. Yeah, 200 and 230 gear is good. You just got to be careful that you don't cancel scan on it too often. Because the list price of that gear is quite expensive. You're looking at like 20, 30 gold for every single item you put on the auction house. Now, if you're cancelling those off to relist them frequently, you just chew up all of the profit. You're often better to craft some of all of the 200s and all of the 230s and list them, and then, you know, list them on short durations, like maybe 12 hours, and then just repost when they expire. Lots of alts being leveled in downtime between patches. Yeah, I mean, this is almost peak season for alts. Lots of people that have leveled up characters and have started playing characters that they hadn't recently been playing. The Mage Tower is going to have done really good things for, you know, the alt side of things. Lots of people would have dug out that character that they hadn't necessarily played for a long time just to do the Mage Tower on, and then might realise, oh, I enjoy playing this Warlock. Let's play this Warlock a little bit more. Let's get them actually, you know, geared or whatever. Lots of people playing different classes at the moment because of the Mage Tower. Equally meaning that probably lots of people are looking to buy some quick and easy catch-up gear for their alts. Bag sales have increased. Yeah, that's always a good indication. When you start selling lots of bags, you know that lots of people are playing their alts. Sat around 4 mil just selling enchants, alchemies, some leatherworking stuff. Hey, whatever you had to do to get that 4 million gold, just keep doing it. You're obviously doing something right. Want more, but keeping my chill. Well, if you found something that works, just keep plugging away at it. Did we just sell a gem for 200 gold? Did that just happen? I think we just sold versatile jewel cluster for like 200 gold. Oh, no. I lie. It was... Huh! We sold 48 primordial rubies for nearly 10k. Fine. Fair enough. I had no use for them. I'm happy with that. Cool. Let's get those listed. Used to love alchemy until I realised I was spending 90% of my game time waiting for crafting queue. Yeah, it's the #1 reason why I don't do alchemy. There's always money to be made in consumables because everybody always needs more consumables. That's, you know, by definition. They're consumed on use. You use it once and then you need another one. There's always gold to be made in consumables, but the downside is that with the current crafting system, for it to take like 1.5 seconds or however long it is to craft every single item, to do it at the scale that I would want to do it at, it would take literally hours and hours every day just to be crafting potions and flasks and enchants. And enchants are the worst because, you know, you have to press the button every time. You can't even set, you know, 100 of them to go and just queue them up. So whilst they're profitable, I use those markets early days because they're very profitable. You can make a lot of gold very quickly, very easily with consumables. You can almost guarantee that, you know, in the time it takes you to craft them, you can probably sell them. And even if you're making like tiny amounts of gold on every one, it does start to add up quite quickly. It's good to make some starting gold. That first 1 million gold, for example, most people can make that pretty easily with some consumables, whether it be food or potions or whatever. But much past that, when you start taking that 1 million and trying to turn it into 2 to 5 to 10 to 20, the consumable market just ends up taking way too long. If I'm going to have an account sat there just crafting something, it's going to be Shadowgast ingots or enchanted heavy callous hearted, or, you know, something that's considerably more valuable. You can probably make 20 gold profit on every single Shadowgast ingot that you craft quite easily, whereas it's far more difficult to make even 10 gold profit on a potion sometimes. So, you know, I tend to, if I'm going to have to trade my time to get something, I'm going to trade my time for the most valuable thing. And unfortunately, potions and flasks and stuff tend not to be in that category of valuable enough. Sells quicker than you can craft it, which does wonders for the dopamine fix. But yeah, the downtime is just a bit crazy, yeah. I mean, if you can get 50 to 100 gold profit from every potion, then that's where you should be crafting and selling potions. That's the thing. But in many cases, that it's a market that gets super competitive, and often you end up, you know, how many times do we see people complain that the potions are selling for less than the materials? It's one of the most common complaints you'll see. That I can't sell potion. Why are potions being sold for less than their crafting cost? And it's usually because it's one of the most competitive markets. But yeah, if you can get 50 to 100 gold for every potion you craft, sit there, craft 1,500 potions an hour. Cash in. Cash in. Sold a skinning knife for 1,000 gold. People will buy anything, won't they? They will literally buy anything. I like it when things like that happen. It makes me giggle. Did I do a cancel scan on 230s or did I do a cancel scan on 200s? I can't remember. Right, we're nearly done with the auction housey stuff. It's not taken too long today. What are we? Oh, we've been live an hour now, and I've managed to pretty much get 3 realms finished. So what are we saying? 20 minutes a realm. Slightly less than 20 minutes a realm. Not bad, not bad. Just to keep things maintained, keep things ticking over. You sell legendaries on a full pot? Yeah, yeah. Currently I play on 3 realms. I play on Sylvanas is my home realm. It's the most profitable realm for me by a mile at the moment. But it's because I've been here for years. Sylvanas is my main realm. I also play on Taran Mill. Where I have every single legendary at every single rank. And I'm over double gold capped over there now. And I'm now starting to play on Draenor, another super duper mega pop realm. But we're still in the early stages in Draenor. We've been here about a month, I think. What'd be quite interesting actually is I should probably look at my /played time on my characters over here to see just kind of like how much time we have invested into Draenor so far. Selling legendaries without camping and cancel scanning. On my main realm of Sylvanas I can. But that's because I can literally count on one hand the amount of people that can craft rank 6s on this server. So I've got quite a competitive advantage over here. Taran Mill, if I'm not cancel scanning, I'm usually not selling stuff. But it's super competitive. The thing is that the pros and cons are quite obvious to me. That on a super high population server, if you do spend the time cancel scanning, you will make a lot of sales. There's lots of people always buying stuff because it's a super high population server. But if you don't do any cancel scanning, you probably won't sell anything. So it's kind of like it's a trade-off, right? But what I tend to do is I'll spend an hour aggressively cancel scanning, sell 1 million gold worth of legendaries, and then call it quits for the day. Come back again tomorrow, do the same thing again tomorrow. It's not like I'm spending 8 hours a day cancel scanning to sell 5 legendaries. You got to be a little bit more strategic about how and when you do it to get the best out of it. as well loot that one. Right, so this realm we are good to go. We are stocked up on most things. Wow, what's going on here? Shadowgas breastplate. We're down to only one of them. Okay. Really? How many Shadowgas breastplates did we sell yesterday? Or is that just wrong? Oh boy, we do only have one rank 6 Shadowgas breastplate on the auction house. How are we doing, Janty? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Did we sell a few of these yesterday then? Ledger, revenue, sales, Shadowgas breastplate. Oh, we sold 2 yesterday. And a couple more a few days ago at rank 6. Oh, okay. Maybe that would be why we're nearly out of stock of the breastplate. We've averaged 1 Shadowgas breastplate every 2 days for the last month. Not all rank 6, because, you know, you can't track that granularly, but yeah, okay. You see, this is the advantage for me, right? Now I'm stocking 5 of every single rank 6. It means there's rarely a time where I'm completely out of stock. The last thing I want is to be completely out of stock. See, now Trade School Master will automatically tell me to recraft 4 of these, which will put me back up, and you know, it means there's never a point where I don't have something for sale, and I can usually, in between restocks, catch. This is from tier. This is called Legendary Stock Tracker. This is an add-on called Legendary Stock Tracker. Through its development, it's ended up doing a little bit more than just tracking the stock. You can now do restocking with it. It shows you material lists and stuff. It's pretty powerful little add-on. Developed by a member of the community. He's quite frequent. Stroh's quite frequently here. He might even be lurking now. But yeah, Legendary Stock Tracker, or LST for short, is this little add-on. Very, very handy to just, you know, at a glance, see the profits in certain things, see what you have available. Alrighty. Right, I think this realm is about good to go. What I should probably check on real quickly is materials. How difficult do we want to make it for our competition to restock their legendaries? Do you post all 5 at once? At the moment, I post 3 at a time. Just to make, if I do a cancel scan, to make it so that I'm not cancelling quite so many. But it does ultimately end up that more often than not, all 5 of them end up on the auction house. How difficult do we want to make it? The simple answer is yes. I mean, I can make it borderline impossible. But the problem is it means that I'm paying quite a premium for the Korthite crystals in the first place. I could either just let people have... How many legendaries is 900 Korthite crystals? That's literally only 20 rank 6s worth of Korthite crystals there anyway. This is the thing. I tend to not mind paying over the odds if it gives me a competitive advantage. Sure. I'd rather have them and not need them than need them and not have them. That's remarkably cheap. Let's buy some mats. What do we got here? We got 800 heavy callus hide currently. There's not really... I think I need to make a bunch of enchanted, so we'll buy those out as well. Let's make sure we don't run out of stuff. What I really am short of actually is Shadowghast ingots. With a difficulty of that I can't even buy them if I want them. I should probably look at getting some ore and set my blacksmith to work, but 16 gold a piece. Maybe I'll buy... Can we get like 5k of each ore, maybe? Phaedrum. Oxane. We've got 5,000 oxane already. Sinvir. We've got plenty of Sinvir ore, so we don't need any more of that. What's the last one I need? Hang on. No, we've got Oxane and we've got Sinvir. So with 5,000 Solanum, 5,000 Phaedrum. You know what? With this... Go on then. This is why I say that there needs to be a gold sink for... There needs to be a gold sink for wealthy goblins. Because no single person should have this amount of buying power. It's almost an unfair advantage. I mean, it's an advantage that I have afforded myself, but it is still an unfair advantage, I think. It would fall into the category of market manipulation if I was just purely putting it back on to relist and deliberately trying to like gouge the market price on it. But rarely do I buy out these materials to just relist them and resell them. Nearly always am I buying them for the purpose of doing something with them. If I was purely just trying to make everything more expensive for everybody else, I would understand. And it's not like I won't use this Phaedrum ore. I'll probably prospect a bunch of this. I'll turn a bunch of it into Essence of Rebirth so that I have a nice little stockpile. I can turn the rest of it into Shadowghast ingots. I mean, I've got so many uses for it. So many uses. Throw it in here. Boom. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Farmers on my server must absolutely love it, though. I can tell you that much. Farmers must absolutely love it. So we spent probably close to 1 million gold on materials then. A little bit over 1 million gold. Maybe 1.2, 1.3 million on materials. But we looted 2.2 million out the mailbox from yesterday. So it's still a win, right? It's still a win. Our graph doesn't say it's a win, but it will be a win eventually. Don't worry about that. Fine. Cool. Let's, now we can kind of almost put this realm to bed. We'll keep it open just so that we can keep track of if we sell anything. But for the most part, we can focus on Draenor a little bit now. Let's rock and roll. Let's get stuff relisted. From a newcomer in chat, where can we get that dinosaur mount that everybody seems to have? Where can I get that dinosaur mount? Where can I? Oh, should we check the black market auction house? Should we see if there's anything worth bidding on in the black market auction house? Nobody knows. It is a mystery. Damn! Those Essence of Rebirth be expensive. Good thing I'm not buying them. Good thing I'm selling them. Off you go. Right. Okay. This one. Let's check the black market auction house. I'm always interested to see if there's anything interesting on the black market auction house. Oh, Subway with a hangover. Oh, meatball marinara, foot long. Yes, beautiful. Why not both? Good question. Good question. Very good question. Subway, it's a Philly cheese. I agree with the oregano bread. Or herbs and cheese. I've not had a Subway for ages. It's because I don't leave the house. Subway will deliver. Subway deliver to me. Apart from the fact they charge 10 euros for delivery. After they already try and charge you 10 euros for a pissing sandwich, I ain't spending 20 bucks on a Subway for it to turn up at my house. It's just not happening. Which is why I've not had a Subway for a long time. Wow, well there's really not a lot on this realm. All of absolutely nothing. We have a blade forged necklace. Can't possibly work out why anybody would ever buy that off the black market auction house, considering it's not even transmog. We also then have a Dunmar Cub, which is, you know, sure, great. Imagine buying Subway with gold. I'd eat Subway every day. it would be true. Right, this realm is trash. Oh, unread mail from the black market auction house. Did I bid on stuff yesterday? Did we win something? What did I bid on? Oh god, I don't know now. Maybe we've got a container. Let's go and have a look. Bound on that balance, now accepted everywhere. My IRL bank balance would increase quite dramatically if that was the case. Mainly because I'd stop spending real money. Oh, outbids. That's not what you want to see. Look, you see I can bid 626,000 gold on a black market auction house container and still not get it. This is why there's not many black market container videos on the YouTube at the moment, because like, I can't even buy the things. Even if I throw money at it, I can't buy the things. Those things have increased in price so heavily over the last few years. It's bonkers, right? It's bonkers. I almost want to transfer a character with 10 million gold to a super low pop realm just to try and snag up some cheap 100k containers. I mean, I'd kill for 100k containers right now. But then again, so would everybody, and that's kind of why. Yeah, there's the Katie stamp whistle thing. I don't have it. I'm lazy. There's many things like that that I should have that I don't. What did we sell? Where did we sell it? Not over here. What did we sell? Quick lay stripe band of the fever flare, 180 gold. Well, it's not going to make us rich anytime soon, but it only costs us 26 gold to make it, so can't complain. Would cost you the saving in tokens to transfer there? Oh, absolutely. The problem is then I can't use that 10 million gold for really anything else constructive, so... Katie stamp whistle was genuinely fun to earn. I can't even remember how you do it. It's you got to go on some quest line in Dalaran or something, if I remember right. First got to loot a mail from somewhere. I can't remember exactly how it works. Oh, black market auction house. We've got unread mail in the black market. See, 550,000 gold already. If we want to bid on a container over here. Well, we'll throw a bid in. Let's just call it around 600. Make sure that's the right amount of zeros. Yeah. This is ultimately what I want. Like, I think long term, what I would like to have is... What's killing this every time I open this? I don't know. Something... Oh, Handy Notes is interfering with something else. Fuck's sake. Oh, I was outbid on a Gundrak hatchling. That's the least. That's literally. That is actually the most boring. I didn't even know I bid on that. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, ultimately, what I would quite like to do. So, Leatherworker Caffeine Club on Taran Mill is you. Yes, it is. Yes. Yes. Does your legendary say made by Caffeine Club on it? Your tailoring and leatherworking legendaries on Taran Mill, probably made by this dude. We'll do that. Where do we unlock Crafter's Mark? The item level 200 stuff. It's in Duchess Minx in Corthia. You need to be honoured, and you need 2,000 Stygia. But right, now we can switch our focus back to Draenor. Yesterday, we were hunting down Stygia and doing a bunch of stuff to get Muthius up to speed. All apart from a couple of renown levels, Muthius is done. Done. 9.0 campaign, done. 9.1 campaign, done. Tier 4 Archivist Codex, done. Honoured with Death's Advance, done. The only thing I need is, I think, like 4 or 5 more renown until he's renown 80. And there's a couple of patterns that I want to get my hands on. But that's slower down the priority list. But we can see now we have our unlearned list is very skinny. We need Honored with the Undying Army, and we need Honored with the Ascended, which shouldn't be a problem because we should already be honored with them, right? Are we not already honored? No, we're still only friendly. Because we've literally not done any rep grinds. I don't think this guy has done a single calling in his life. But getting honoured with these two factions shouldn't take very long to get those last two patterns. Then that's for blacksmithing. What do we need for jewel crafting still? Oh, nothing. I don't care about any of those. So in regards to this dude, is nearly there. We have, 75 renown. Now, I'm not going to go out of my way to get the renown because, I mean, this is literally like killing the world boss for a couple of weeks. Done. No biggie. But this dude can now literally just be a crafting, just craft. Slash played. This is what I'm interested in, actually. Slash played on this dude. You guys can't see it because my big ugly mug is in the way. Hang on. Unlock. Slash played on this fella. This character is 1 day, 5 hours old at level 60. 1 day, 9 hours in total, but there was 4 hours that we spent leveling him. Because he was a boost, by the way. But in 1 day, 5 hours, we have achieved nearly Renown 80. Full campaign. Yeah. So what? Oh, that's interesting, actually. That's like 30 hours, isn't it? That's almost exactly 30 hours at level 60. Oh, this works really quite nicely because I suggest to people that you put an hour a day into a character. This is a month's worth of an hour a day. This is exactly 30 hours of playtime, almost to the minute. Actually, that's pretty impressive. And on Draenor, we've realistically only been here. How long have we been on Draenor? When did we start on Draenor? November the 8th. So we've only been on Draenor for like 6 weeks in total, like real time. And in that time, I've spent less than an hour a day on this character. And we are honoured, tier 5. We have all of the crafter's marks unlocked for both blacksmithing and jewel crafting. We've unlocked Vestige of Origins. We just haven't set foot into the legendary market yet. Not bad. Not bad. By the way, the 250 BOA Stygia chest was up on my realm today. I'm done with Stygia now. I just killed some rares in the moor yesterday. Ran around killing rares. Ended up with 2,000 Stygia, and now I don't care about Stygia ever again. I should probably maybe pick up a few of those for next time I need it, but I probably don't. And I probably won't. But yeah, this character is almost done now, which is really nice. You can just sit somewhere convenient and do some crafting. What we need to do though now that's a thing, is we need to replicate that same progress on our hunter, who has our other two professions. So some Doritos, you have work to do. I don't know how much work there is to do on this fella though. I think it's still. I don't think I've done hardly anything on this character. But once we get the campaign done on this dude, once we get Renown 80 on this fella, then that's basically Draenor done until 9.2. Are you leveling all expansion professions? Currently, no. But long term, I probably will. We'll see what happens before we get to 10.0. Mainly because at the moment it's just not worth my time or effort to do it. My time and effort is better spent pushing into the current legendary market while it's still an absolute cash cow. But of course, next expansion, we won't have this legendary market. It will just disappear overnight. It's at that point where, hopefully, I want legendaries to disappear. And I want everything goal making to be a little bit more balanced. And that's when going back and doing some past expansion crafting and crafting old transmog and that sort of stuff becomes viable again. The problem is, for me, is that base legendary items are so overpowered from a goal-making perspective that it's super difficult for me to get the, desire to do anything else. Because any time I spend any time or effort doing anything else, I'm instantly at a loss. If I wanted to start a legendary setup, what kind of server would you recommend? Depends on your playstyle. If you're quite flexible with when you play, you'd be better off on a big realm. The bigger the realm, you're going to have more competition, but there's also at the same time more people looking to buy stuff. But on a big realm, you're going to have to dedicate a bit of time to do some cancel scanning to get your sales. You're not going to just passively sell things like you might do on a smaller realm. But on that smaller realm, although you might passively sell things, you're not going to sell anywhere near as much. So the progress will be much slower. So yeah, it's more about your playstyle really than it is. There's not one server or style of server that's better than another. It just might be slightly more suited to how you play. This dude though, then, to give you a bit of a progress update on this fella, he is still only halfway through the basic ass Night Fae campaign. So we've got the 9.0 campaign to get done on this dude because we need to complete the Night Fae campaign to progress with the Chains of Domination campaign, because it's the last sigil where we unlock the Vestige of Origins, which we will need to when we start getting into legendaries. So that's our main focus for this character. He is still only renowned 62, but by doing the campaign, we've still got, you get like, if there's 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 5 chapters there, so there's 5 renown guaranteed, maybe even more nowadays. So we'll end up at 70, 75 renown just by doing the campaign, I'd imagine, at this point. So we don't need to go out of our way to get renown on this character. He, though, also has all of the Crafter's Marks available to him. Ooh, Heavy Desolate Armor Kit. I really need this. Wild Hunt Honored. That should be much higher up on my priority list, because those are an absolute cash cow. Who is it? Wild Hunt Honored. Wild Hunt Friendly. Okay, we need to do a couple of Wild Hunt callings or quests or something to get some rep with these dudes. That I should really look at doing. Torghast was perfect for renown grinding. Yeah, Torghast often is. For comparison, I sell 5 to 15 legendaries a day on one of the biggest horde servers, with stocking everything 1 to 2 times a day with basically no cancel scanning. Yeah. You'll get the Wild Hunt rep super easy with the Arden World campaign and a couple of world quests. That's true, actually. Doing the Night Fae campaign, I'll probably get some rep from there. Assaults grant faction-wide reputation. That is true, they do. I should probably do the campaigns a little bit as well. In fact, yeah, you're right. The assaults, because they give you like 500 rep with everybody, don't they? Haha, Billis, how we doing? It'd be another goblin. It'd be another goblin. So, played time on this fella is probably not quite as much. We've only got 20 hours played so far on this dude. But that stands to reason because we haven't done the campaigns yet. By the time we've done the campaigns, he'll be also up to... It'll probably take 10 hours to get the campaign fully done, I'd imagine. Yeah, you show respect to that crab. What I should probably do then, what are we going to do first? I think I need to chip away at the campaign a little bit. Where's our gear situation at? Should we go? We need to fix this. This is tragic. I've still got... I boosted this character. This character was a boost to 50, and he still to this day has boost trinkets. Boost trinkets and heirloom ring. Oh my god, this dude is so badly geared, it's not even funny. Heirloom ring and boost trinkets. That's how badly geared this character is. Alright, fine. 220 weapon though, so not too bad. Let's just do the Night Fate campaign. I think that's the easiest thing. Heirloom trinket for the moment. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter that much. Let's get this rocking and rolling. We were selling some stuff somewhere. Where were we selling things? To Shadow Steel breastplate for... I wonder if that's the same person. Did somebody buy a 230? Seems very sus that somebody bought a 230 breastplate and then a minute or two later a 200 variation. Sounds like somebody bought a 230 and then realised they can only equip one. And so a minute later then ended up buying the 200 variation. Alright, fine. And the heirloom trinket won't do shit for me anyway, though. That's the thing. It doesn't make any difference. Because it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. What if we maybe... Oh my god, we still only get 184 item level gear from world quests. We can go get a 190 ring from a world quest. A 184 neck. There's no trinket though. So I can't be bothered. It's fine. Can't you see the bio if you mouse over sold on the WoW UI? Yeah, you can actually. If you go here. So, bought by Hickpog. Hickpog, yeah, the same character. Oh dear. Somebody bought the 230 and then realised they can only equip one and then ended up having to buy the 200 variation. Oh well. Mistakes were made. Their loss is my gain. Is this the right cave? This doesn't look like the right cave. Or is it? Knowledge is gold. Absolutely. Oh no, this is the world quest. I don't want to be doing the stupid world quest. Is this the right cave? Maybe this is the right one. Ah, this looks better. You feel bad for them, but not bad enough that you don't enjoy the mistake that... Yeah, exactly, yeah. I feel for them. I mean, because he's just wasted 9,000 gold. Which, I mean, for some players, 9,000 gold is a lot of money to waste. But, hey, everybody's got to make that mistake once, right? It's all part of learning. There we go. There's our slime-covered book. How are we doing, Nutty? Welcome in. Good to see ya. Just out of curiosity, does this world quest do anything for us? Anima? No. Puh. Phooey. So read that name as Nutty Nutsack. I really need to go back to bed. Yeah, go get rid of that hangover and you'll be good. Lost 3 million not paying attention, buying not so cheap gems. So I have no sympathy for anybody making an error in my favour. All balances out eventually. Well, that's true. That's true. Eventually it'll all balance out. I haven't made any tragic mistakes like that for quite a while, but there was a period in time. This was a few expansions ago, but I missed a zero when selling flasks, and I ended up selling like 1,000 flasks. This is when I was actually pretty hardcore into alchemy, and I missed a zero off the end of like 1,000 flasks, which, you know, you do the maths on that. I think it cost me like a couple of 100,000 gold. Which, like I said, is not as bad as some mistakes people have made, but...
Anyway, the secrets are yours.
Pallid bones at 3 silver each? That's a yoink. Are you going to tell me a secret? What? Have you pissed... Oh, it's on the floor. That's what...
Anyway, the secrets are yours. Just make sure no one reads it aloud. You're a special one, aren't you?
Fly to route home. Where are we going now? Oh, we're going all the way over there. Okay. I should probably at least check what the callings are today, because if one happens to be Revendreth, boo. Revendreth stinky. Rescue souls in the moor, that's the weekly quest. Oh! You know what I haven't done on this character, actually? Oh, no! Oh, I tell a lie. No, I have. I was going to say that I should go and get the all of the conduits for 500 gold, but it looks like I've already done it. Let's grab this quest real quick. It seems that to pair tailoring, you need another profession to make your vestige of origins. Will it be cheeky? Yeah, crafting vestiges with tailoring is basically going to price you out of the market almost instantly. Tailoring vestiges are disgustingly expensive. Often by like 10 to 15,000 gold level expensive. So much so that I leveled up and took jewel crafting on my tailor just so that I didn't have to make them with tailoring. Jewel crafting's an easy one to pair up with it because you just prospect a bit of a lithium ore to get the essences you need for the vestiges. They're really easy vestiges to make. Not to mention you can level jewel crafting in about 5 minutes, so... Season 2 Witch is out. Gonna go binge on that and wait for the subway. Decision has been made. Enjoy the rest of your stream and Happy New Year. Thank you, dude. Thank you, dude. Enjoy the rest of your hangover and I hope it's a good subway. Paired jewel crafting with blacksmithing due to ingots. Yeah, that's all. I mean, that's out of choice. That is the pairing I would have. But if you happen to just have tailoring and need another profession to make tailoring better and don't really have too many concerns about what you take, jewel crafting is an easy one. What are we doing here? No, this is a world quest. I don't want stupid, stinky world quests. Where's... What am I actually here to do? Mischief touched anima collected. Let's just kill these dudes, right? No, you sod off. Because you're the elite. Oh, I pulled you anyway. I must remember I'm not playing my paladin.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Just posting this to get rid of share message which won't go away grin.
Yeah, Twitch will do a really good job of throwing that in your face until you do something about it. Little Uve, thank you. Much appreciated. What's that now? 7 months? Boom. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciates. Yeah, Twitch will never let you forget that you have a sub notification to share. Oh, 47. I was hoping that would be it in one go. Alright, let's maybe kill these then. Is that going to be enough? 11. Oh, of course. We're too short. Always too short. Alright. Go on. 12? 12 from one mob? Damn. Okay. Oh, what's this actually? Oh, it's a chest piece. No, not as good as mine. See you later. In a bit. We'll live with our stinky gear for now. When we get to the 9.1 campaign on this dude, I might need to do a little bit of something about the gear. Because some of the early missions send you into elite territory. So more DPS equals more good. It's New Year's Eve tomorrow, right? Is it New Year's Eve tomorrow? Yeah, New Year's Eve tomorrow. Then New Year's Day is Saturday. Okay. Trying to get my bearings. Does anybody else have that where, you know, the week between Christmas and New Year, your brain just has no idea what it's doing? I mean, I could, like, I have to check my phone like 4 times just to see what day it is. My brain's got no clue what's going on right now. My brain has never got an idea of what it's... Well, I mean, that's the tragically bad situation that some people do live in, yes. But my brain has an idea of what it's doing sometimes, but not always. If we're going to be flying, though, I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break. I'm going to go grab myself a drink. Occupy yourselves for 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'll be back in 2. Okie dokie. Ooh, I think that was perfect timing. Because I think that's the end of the playlist. What's this hi-fi one? Some bouncy, bouncy music. Right, where are we off to? Tell you what, I'm going to be happy to see the back of Oribos. When we finally leave this place, I will be very happy about it. Easily, in my mind, one of the worst designed capital cities we've ever had. When you choose a server, do you check if there's a lot of goblins or not? Nah, I don't care. It's like I said, it's more of a playstyle thing though. I have the luxury of that I'm now able to do this and consider it my job. Although I don't like to call it a job because I am technically, you know, playing video games for a living. It's obviously work, but I don't like to consider it my job. The second it becomes a job, I'll do something else. But that entail means that I have the opportunity to spend quite a lot of time, if I wish, doing this. And arguably, I prosper on high competition situations like this. So more competition for me is kind of it increases the challenge. I like it, but like I said, that might not suit everybody. If you, for example, only have a couple of hours a day to play the game and you want to be able to do something very effective for a short period of time and then just post whatever you've crafted, and there's going to be large amounts of time between your play sessions, then actually crafting on like a medium pop server is probably your best option, because it'll be that way that you'll actually have plenty of time between crafting things for those things to sell. You know, there's pros and cons. There's no one right answer with goal making, which is why it keeps people so so entertained for so long.
I can't use that.
I thought we'd used all of these. This dude is still a flight master that apparently I don't know though. So apparently these scouting maps don't give you all of the flight points still. And I can't even talk to this dude to claim the flight path, so I have no idea what's going on here. For most people, I mean, I would recommend, I mean, if you're going to start, honestly, from a general gameplay perspective, you want to just be on the big servers. Forget goal making. You just want to be on the big servers because the big servers are going to give you far more people to play the game with. That should kind of be your first priority, really. Whatever your... most people don't, you know... Most people don't consider goal making as the only reason they play the game. It's a byproduct. The goal making allows them to do the other things that they want to do in the game. Your options and your availability to get involved with the other aspects of the game, if you want a PvP or you want to raid or you want to do M+ or any of the, you know, the big three, it's going to be much easier to do that on a full pop realm because there's just more people there. So you should also consider that when choosing a server, really. I rarely recommend people choose a server purely for like gold making purposes. Certainly not their main server. Sure, I mean, you can, if you're going to start playing on multiple servers and you just want to have like a side hustle, on another server that is just there for goal making, then maybe give it a little bit more consideration. But generally, pick the big servers. The game is designed, the game is, you know, created in a way that it's much easier if there's more players to help you do things, which will always be true on the bigger servers. There'll be more guilds, there'll be more opportunities for getting into raiding guilds or for doing Mythic Plus or whatever.
Sarah, it brightens my heart to know her death was not an end, but a new beginning. We were sisters.
And like I said, it's also a bit of a 50-50. Like with materials, for example, the gold you'll make by farming and selling materials will be less because the materials will be cheaper on a high pop server, but they'll sell really quickly. One of the big problems that people have on lower population servers is that the materials are at a higher value, but it takes them ages to sell the damn things. So, you know, you don't get the gold until you sell it. So, but it's your choice. Wow, we literally came all the way to the other side of the planet to open a chest. The quest design's terrible in this expansion. It really is. We were selling something though. What did we sell? Desolate Scale Waistguard for 100 gold. Oops. I mean, technically it's profitable, but we made like 20 gold on it. Hardly worth. Okay.
I am bound to both the dream and the moonless night. Night embrace you, mortal.
Well, well. Okay, everyone. Let's break this
You seek
curse.
knowledge of the Night Warrior?
Perform a counter curse. Okay. 20 gold, that's like 4% of a repair bill. I know, yeah, when you break it down like that, it's like, why did I bother? Like, honestly, why did I bother?
Think alone it worked.
Thank you, Phoenix. And you, welcome to the forest. You are
Probably 0.4% if you happen to be the tank.
We are.
This is both the blessing and the curse of having what I consider a safe TSM profile. My Patreon profile is safe in terms of the fact that it will only tell you to craft things. And that's what I'm using over here for reference, an opportunity for me to do a quick shameless plug. On Draenor currently, I am solely using my Patreon TSM profile just to kind of showcase what it does. The operations are set in a very safe way though. They're set so that you will only craft things when it's profitable and you'll only sell them for a profit. Which means anything that you sell, you're winning on, but you might not sell things as fast as a slightly more customized TSM profile. But occasionally weird things like this does slip in. I mean, because technically, yeah, you know, it costs you 74 gold to craft it. Selling it for 105 gold is technically profitable. But if you were to put a little bit more focus on it, it's probably not something you'd probably want to be posting those for like 400 or 500 gold to make them, you know, worth your while even crafting the damn things. But safe is safe. I'm actually working on what I'm probably going to end up calling TSM Pro or something. Far more heavily customized TSM profile. with a lot more granular customization to it. For those that are not beginners with TSM, but for those that are kind of seasoned with it, but want something, you know, just a one-stop solution that they can just install on a, you know, a second server or something. Collect 2 masks of possession, and it's probably going to use my valuation and profit system that I have running over here. If I can load it up, I'll show you. Because whilst you tend to see people often use like a percentage of their crafting cost, for example, as you know, they'll have 110% of crafting costs as their minimum. Then maybe they'll do like 200% crafting cost as their normal. Most people will end up using a percentage of the crafting cost to price things. Now this is good in some scenarios, but it's also tragically bad in others. So what I've done, or what I've lent towards, is if I show you one of my operations, what I've lent towards is a valuation plus profit system. So you'll see on a single item listing, if I'm posting only one of something, I have a custom price source that creates a value for that item, and then I attach profit onto that item. And then you'll see that what I actually do for my normal prices and my maximum prices is the value stays the same, but I'm multiplying out the profit that I make on each one. So you consider the value of the item like the capital that you have to spend to make that item, and what that item is, you know, quote unquote worth. Then you want to make a flat line amount of profit. Now this profit, this is also a custom operation that dictates a gold value for a single item based upon what its value is. And so that changes quite a lot as well. This is so that I can still craft really, you know, this scenario here where we've ended up selling a Desolate Scale Waistguard for 105 gold would never happen here, because the profit on an item that is so low in value like this would not be like 10% profit. It would be like, if I can't make 1,000 gold profit on it, I won't sell it, kind of thing. So this scenario would never happen. And you can customize your profit margins based on values. It's a lot more detailed. The operations are still quite simple, but there's a lot more going on behind the scenes. And this means that the range in which I price things at is a lot smaller than what most people's is. It does cause some frustration with other goblins, because it often looks like I'm deliberately deep undercutting, but I'm deep undercutting because I'm choosing to not be greedy. I'm choosing to, yeah, sure. I mean, the cost of making a thing is the same for me as it is for you, roughly. But I'm choosing to, instead of asking for like 200% or doubling my crafting cost on an item, I might ask for a lot less than that. Because once I sell it, I can then just recraft it again anyway. It's a little bit difficult to explain it clearly without showing you exactly how these value and profit custom price sources work. But I gotta leave, you know, gotta leave some mystery there for when I actually provide this out to people. My TSM profile is a mess. Some operations I haven't updated since MOP. I tend to redo everything at the beginning of an expansion, because the way that the game just works tends to fundamentally change expansion from expansion. And more importantly, Trade School Master is an add-on changes what it's capable of doing. And you can start doing fancier things with it, so... Actually makes quite a lot of sense for a lot of the markets where margins are too high, so to speak. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing for legendaries, right? Legendaries is a market where the cost of crafting the legendary is what you would have to consider your investment. You're spending your capital, your gold on crafting that item. If something costs 50,000 gold to craft, asking 100,000 gold, setting one of your price thresholds to be 100,000 gold is ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. To make 50,000 gold profit on something is so outrageously greedy, it's unbelievable. Now, you have to do it at the beginning. You have to do it at the beginning because you're trying to cover the cost of leveling up a bunch of stuff. But if I spend 50,000, if I risk 50,000 gold crafting an item, if I can sell it for 55,000 gold, happy days. I'm happy I've made a sale, plus I've made 5,000 gold profit. More importantly though, the other human, and this is what we forget a lot as gold makers, the other human on the other screen that bought that item from me is also happy because they got it at what they considered to be a good price. Nobody likes paying 100,000 gold for a legendary when they know that it costs 50,000 gold to make. Nobody likes that. This is why people go out of their way to try and find people to craft shit for them. It promotes greater turnover. It keeps the margins small. It means that it keeps your competition at bay quite a lot. You're not going to attract lots of new people into that market because some people will look at 5,000 gold profit on a legendary and go, no, it's not worth the risk. I'm not going to risk 50,000 gold to do that. I'm happy to take that risk because it's not that much of a risk to me. I don't care about your happiness, only the gold. Well, that's another way to look at it, I suppose, but fair enough. And it's meant that this methodology of using evaluation plus a predetermined profit value has actually resulted in me not having to cancel scan anywhere near as much as I used to. Yet I still make consistent sales. I keep the competition at bay, and I'm still raking in millions of gold every month. So quantity over quality usually wins. All the more so on the higher pop servers. All the more so. Quicksand, how we doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. Welcome. Where's the thing we need here? Oh, you. I actually went ahead at the beginning of 9.1, and whenever somebody asked me to craft an item for them, I did so 10k plus their mats. Still made me 10k without having to pay an auction house cut, and they didn't have to pay like 150k on top. Yeah, this is the thing, right? Like you can certainly do that. The face-to-face trade side of I'd rather just keep the prices, you know. I'd rather squeeze the margins on things just on the auction house, because it's proven to result in more sales, and it's proven to result in overall more profit, and it's proven to heavily reduce the amount of time I have to spend cancel scanning to make those sales. So for me, it's a win from like literally every angle. It's kind of a weird concept to get your head around because it's quite, it's quite businessy. Most people, instantly think that the way to make more gold is to charge more for the items they craft. which is logical. In many regards, that's very logical. But if you can have a much easier time selling an item for that's less profitable, but you don't have to put in as much effort to sell it, and then eventually you can sell more of them because you're offering it cheaper, you come out ahead. And it's at heart, I'm lazy, right? I don't want to cancel scan. I will go out of my way to not have to cancel scan. If I have to make it so that, you know, it's 4 or 5% margins on certain items, like really squeeze the margins tight to make sure I sell those items without having to cancel scanning it, I will do that. I will do just that. Because I'm quite happy to do just that. I will still make stinky amounts of gold by the time I do that for 30 days straight. Way to make more gold is to sell more stuff. Yeah, like literally it's every time you sell something, if you're making profit on it, you are taking one step forward. By the time you've taken lots of step forward, you've covered a lot of distance.
I have seen your dream. If there
The other option is you could spend all day cancel scanning
may yet be
on, you know, a small number of items to try and get those big, ridiculously high percentage profit sales, which are cool and all, but cancel scanning almost feels like farming, you know? It's that same level of annoyance. You just monotonously doing the same thing for hours on end. And I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of bored of cancel scanning. Just craft huge stocks of Legos, post them at 106 crafting. Yeah. Yeah. I mean that's pretty much it in a nutshell. Because what people forget, what people very, very frequently forget, is even if you're selling some stuff at virtually no profit, you can actually still sell a huge amount of stuff at a loss and still come out ahead. The reason being is because you don't necessarily need to make really good profit on everything. That one item that you sell for like double the crafting cost can comfortably cover the, you know, cover the cost of selling 10 other things at like 10% margin. This is equally another thing I see so very frequently in the goal making community, and it causes a lot of frustration with people, that they try their hardest to make everything super profitable. And often you don't need everything to be super profitable. You just need things to be profitable more often than they're not. And then you win. That's how it works IRL too. Yeah, exactly. If you get into big business, when you start selling, like if you produce a product or a range of products, you only want, you'll probably have one or two. If say for example you have a portfolio of 10 products that you sell, you'll probably find that 1 out of those 10 is the cash cow. Literally 1 out of those 10 will be the cash cow for you. Everything else you sell at very, very little profit. But what it ultimately does is it sort of it holds your position in the market and increases your brand over time. Now I know, you know, market share and branding and all of that sort of stuff doesn't apply in WoW. But the concept behind it is still true. That you don't have to make 50% profit on everything that you sell. The more you try and the more you shoot for that, I mean, it's almost unrealistic to even begin to assume that would be a thing. The Nintendo Wii, they were selling it at a loss because they make money on the games for it. That's how all consoles have worked forever. Companies don't make a dime. In fact, most of the time the consoles cost them money to make. But they know full well the money comes from once that person has that console. say for example you spend 500 bucks on a PS5, the very first thing you're going to go out and do is spend another 250 bucks on games and controllers and accessories and all sorts of shit. So, you know, and then over the life of you having that console, you'll spend that money again, probably 3-4 times over. So eventually they win. Often referred to, and companies will often refer to these as loss leaders. They will basically give something away for free to gain you as a customer. And once they've got you as a customer, they then know that you will spend more with them. This is why sales work. This is why shops have sales. They have sales so that you get attracted by something cheap. And then whilst you're in their store, there's the high likelihood of that you'll buy something else. And it's that something else where they make the profit on. Whoever's bought a TV and been offered an outrageously expensive HDMI cable. Like, it's just real simple. Attract your customer with the cheaps. Now I know, you know, like I said, that all of these tactics don't necessarily work in WoW, but being aware of what they are and how they work and what the psychology is behind them can do wonders. They cover the console losses with game royalties until they get revised console models out, which then they begin to have profit with the hardware. Yeah, I mean, look, by the time they release the PlayStation and PlayStation 26 will come out, and then there'll be a PlayStation 26 Slim and Light version a year or two later, which will be actually where they've covered the research and development costs. The early adopters have covered all of the cost involved, and then they actually start churning out those consoles at a profit. Not to mention, you know, the kickback on all of the accessories and games they sell with them. Like Hearthstone, the base game is free, but card packs, expansions, etc. they make millions. Yeah, I mean the freemium model is what's people are kind of, you know, quite accustomed to seeing nowadays. You know, the initial thing is free. I mean it's free for you. It wasn't free for them to make it or sell it in the first place, but there was a cost involved there somewhere. But the kickback comes later. I forgot just how incredibly dull the campaign is. Literally the entire campaign so far has been fly from this location to that location, pick up this one thing, and then fly to the other side of the planet and back. I forgot just how little gameplay is involved in this campaign. What am I doing here? Talk to Lord Hearn outside the tree. What? I mean, what? No, talk to Swell Thrasher, you. Take us back to Zoldzazar. So what did we do then? We spoke to a bear, we flew halfway across the map again, and now we're back. It doesn't make any sense. Go back to the Dross guy, he'll have a port for you. I think this does this. Oh, alright, whatever.
So they can begin working towards their destiny. Encourage them to return to the Hall of Castes.
We're going back in time. Where is it trying to send us? It's genuinely trying to send us back to Orgrimmar. Is that what it's doing? Okay. Got no idea what Zygor's telling you to do. I do think that this is actually the it's sending me on a bit of a wild goose chase now. I do vaguely remember this. It's Zygor's default routing is kicked in, instead of actually utilising the portal that was in Drosvar to begin with, but whatever. So surprised yesterday was so bad for sales. It's a weird time though, right? Like this kind of like mid. It's not Christmas. It's not New Year. Some people are working. Some people are not. Some people are off school. Some people are, you know, it's all a bit of a weird time. Raiding guilds and stuff, and most guilds will, you know, kind of take this time off. They take the festive season off doing anything too competitive. Which means the game just kind of goes into a little bit of a, you know, maintenance mode almost. Good time to get some stuff done on alts, though, which is exactly what we're up to now. Some of that stuff that you meant to do on your alts for ages and haven't got around to doing, now's the time to do it. Hence why I'm trying to work my way through the campaign to unlock Vestige of Origins on this dude. Not because we're in a position to craft legendaries yet, but just so that, you know, it's done when we need it. That's the plan, at least. Whilst hopefully still selling a few bits and pieces here and there. What's going on over here? Anything? Oh boy, what's going on here? We've sold a bunch of clusters apparently. Bone Shatter Waistguard for nearly 100k and an Umberhide Vest for 100k. Holy smoke. There's me talking about squeezing margins, and I've just gone and made 40,000 gold profit on a rank 6 vest. Now I feel a little bit of a hypocrite, but you know what I mean. You get my gist. Did we just sell some blood sausage? We did. Yeah, I sold that at quite a hefty loss. Oops. You've become the thing you sworn to destroy. Well, this is why we have minimum and maximum price ranges. I would imagine that this thing is probably close to my maximum price. Yeah, it literally is. We sold it at my maximum price. Bone Shatter Waistguard, my maximum price is 96,300, which is exactly what we sold it for. So this would have been posted at max. The next one, if I look at Bone Shatter Waistguard, the next most expensive one is probably ridiculously high. Bone Shatter Waistguard, rank 6. Okay, somebody's followed in suit with me. A couple of other people. But they would have probably been much higher price than that, and I've, you know, lowballed in. What was the other one that we sold? We sold a Umberhide Vest. See, our maximum does go up to 112 on these. Yesterday upgraded leatherworking and blacksmithing on my new Horde server. Got up to 6 out of 9 in the Kyrian campaign in an evening. That's not too bad. For me, I find a lot of the frustration with these campaigns is just the amount of flying and travelling you're actually doing. You're not spending, you know, this is why gearing doesn't give you much of an advantage. Having flying is definitely a little bit of an advantage for sure. But now that we have flying, you come to realise just how much of the campaign is just go to A and then to B and then back to A and then to C and then back to A again. You might kill 2 or 3 things in between. Just realised my blacksmithing still needs levelling so that I can catch up on blacksmithing legendaries. Now I'm sad. Hey, now's the time to do it. Now's the time to do it.
What do you fight for Arden? Kivar resides in a den where even tight grow.
Aralon blames himself for this misfortune. I fear guilt may overwhelm him.
Who's doing a bunch of crafting? Because it's not me. I can hear somebody crafting somewhere. Where is it? It's on this realm. Somebody's standing here crafting stuff and I can hear it in the background. That, actually, talking about crafting stuff in the background. TSM groups, enchanted mats, go. Unfortunately, a lot of my characters have ended up being Night Fae. Simply because I made them Night Fae so that if and as and when I use the mission table, that they'd be OP. As it so happens, though, I am lazy enough to not even bother with the mission table. So, especially considering Venture Plan is less than perfect. But either way. It does mean I've done the Night Fae campaign more times than I care to admit at this point.
3 separate locks, each with its own key. I think the trust might be afraid of me.
Go to Ardenweld, get told to go to North Moldraxus, then the south, then the east, then back to Ardenweld, then back to Bastion, then back to Bastion again, and then finally back to Ardenweld. Yeah, exactly. It's like, just go on a world tour. Satsimo, how we doing? Welcome in. I assume you're on your lunch break again. Good to see ya. Forget the mission table exists half the time. Yeah, it's another one of those things that, you know, if I'd it's on my list of to-dos. It really should be something I get set up on as many characters as possible. Especially for when we, you know, for those times to where we're not really playing WoW all that much. Maybe we're having a Factorio week or a Diablo week or something like that. Then, you know, you can quickly log on to a mission table, press 3 or 4 buttons, and it's literally the fastest way you can make gold in the game on a minute-by-minute basis. But I still just can't be bothered. Need a week aura that says I have a mission done, and then I check it. There's a cool little add-on that I use, not on this realm because I haven't got it set up. I can't remember what it's called, but it then gives you a list of all of your missions, not just on your characters, but on any character, and it lists them all, and so you know exactly which character to go on to. God, I wish I could remember what the add-on's called now. Do I have it here? Probably not. Is it Covenant Mission in Progress? Yeah, maybe that one. That sounds about right. That was really handy just to keep track of, you know, oh, this character's got a mission complete. Let's go send those people out on something else. You'd end up just dancing between all of your characters, though. Whereas it's probably slightly better to just wait 4 hours and then go and do them all in one go, but... The level 30 follower cost made me... It's like 10,000 anima or something ridiculous, isn't it? It's an outrageous amount. But then it's not any more ridiculous than the, what was it, 5 Corthite crystals for like 30,000 anima or something stupid. Oh. I have a feeling I wasn't meant to kill him yet. Yeah, now I need to kill him. Stupid mission. Stupid mission. Oh, now I've got to wait for him to bloody respawn. Phooey. Alright, fine. He should respawn pretty quick, considering he's part of a campaign mission. I did this every time. Yeah, you just swoop in, kill the dude, off you go, and realise that, hang on, you got to wait for a stupid squirrel to turn up first. Yeah. Yeah, I've even though I've there we go. Even though I've done this campaign a few times now, I still forget little things like that. Mainly because I'm not paying attention, let's be honest. But I'm basically on autopilot at the moment. A whopping 400 gold mailbox. Hey, don't spend it all at once. Don't spend it all at once.
I fight for Ardenweald.
Congratulations on repairing half of your gear.
Maintain. Meet me back at my den.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. It's not funny.
I can to assist you.
But it is actually a little bit funny. Damn, dude. Relax. Save some gold for the rest of us.
What is it? Speak up. Mawwalker, you gather
Someone just
one
halved the price of rank 6 capes as well.
a witch's satchel. Stealing one
The tailoring legendaries, I always consider them to be one of the most volatile. Mainly because everybody knows that the cape is a big win. And actually tailoring is very, very cheap to start, you know, leveling. I think if you look at the cost of getting rank 4 in the cape, it's like 100k or something silly. It's really quite cheap to level just the cape up. Which is why lots of people choose to just do that. And then they realise that, oh, this isn't actually the cash grab that they thought it was. And just end up trying to liquidate their stock. Which tends to crash things into oblivion for like a day or so. And then somebody decides to buy them all out. And it's alright again. But they look like mushrooms on the ground in this area. These things then, right? No. I mean, they look like mushrooms. Guess not the right mushrooms. Oh, the little mushrooms. Okay. That would make more sense. Let's grab that one. What was that? 4 of 12. We might only be picking mushrooms right now, but at least this is a campaign mission where we're doing something. Not just flying from A to B. There's one. Ah, spotted it. I tell you what, I know I bash on the quest design quite a lot in WoW, but it's for any of you guys that either played or are still playing New World, you'll understand that New World quite literally has 2 quests. Literally has 2 quests. Oh god, no, we don't want to be killing that thing. Literally 2 quests. Kill 5 of these things, pick up 4 of those boxes. They are literally the 2 quests that New World has. And there's 200 hours of gameplay. 2 quests. So at least there's at least WoW is a little bit more creative. But it goes to show just the whilst WoW gets bashed on pretty heavily for not being like creative and stuff, but in many cases it is still miles ahead, like literally a country mile ahead of other game developers, because it takes, you know, 5 years of, you know, development of a game for it to get to the point where it doesn't feel super grindy and repetitive from a questing perspective. And there's hang on, where are we going? We're going all the way over there. Sometimes you do have to kind of, you know, look at some of the positives that WoW does have. The quest design, although it is not the best, it's definitely not the worst. They could definitely do with more voice acting in WoW. That's been a big complaint of mine for a little while. That I think people would actually engage with the story so much more. So much more would they engage with the story if more of it was voice acted. But having everything just be quest text that is entirely optional whether you read it or not usually means that people skip it. Added on to the fact that they drip feed you the story on a week by week basis. You can do 2 quests this week, then you have to come back next week and try and somehow remember what you did the week before. That style of storytelling doesn't lend itself very nicely to just text based. You wouldn't pick up a book and read 1 chapter of a book and then put it down and read another chapter of the book a week later. Even if you did do that, you would probably read the last page of that chapter just to refresh your memory on it. It's really not rocket science that it's terribly bad storytelling to drip feed you content like that. There's no chance people are going to remember it from one week to another. Yet, say for example on an if it was all voice acted, say for example on an alt that you could then play through it in one go, and actually, you know, it'd be like watching a bit of a mini movie, and it would be more engaging gameplay as well. Sure, people would still skip it, but either way, it's present the option to people at least. Fallout 4 ruined it for me. I was fine with very little voice acting. Then I played Fallout 4, and now I notice when voice acting is missing. Yeah, especially on storyline stuff. Like every single one of these quests.
We stalk the moonless night.
Like, I'm handing in a quest here. This should be voice acted. Like, there should be no way for me to turn this in without this being audibly told to me in the purpose of a story.
I will send a search party at once.
This is, you know, partway there.
Come for a lesson, have you? Strike fast.
But the fact that I can just rifle through this with very, very little voice acting is... Now, I would understand if they don't do all the side quests and whatever, but the main story campaign should be cutscenes, it should be storylines, the whole shebang. Voice acted the entire way.
Destroy those things quickly.
But yeah, I can't see that being a thing that will change anytime soon. I mean, Christ, it was only... Was it Warlords of Draenor before we had a proper cutscene ever? Like, you'd have an expansion launch cutscene and then maybe, you know, the final chapter of the last patch in the expansion having a cutscene. Apart from that, cutscenes didn't exist in WoW even. At least now we get a cutscene occasionally. I still don't feel it goes far enough to tell a story, though. One cutscene to try and explain an entire storyline is... On the flip side, though, I think Final Fantasy probably goes in too far in the other direction. From what I understand of Final Fantasy, like you have like nearly full feature-length films to watch in between doing the story. Some of which are unskippable. So there's a fine line there somewhere, but They can't even do unique icons for spells and items, and you want voice acting on quests? Oh, true. Hey, don't knock the art team. They literally carry. The art team have carried for a long while. Wish we had something similar to the Harbinger's achievement from Legion. Those 3 story cutscenes, loved going back to watch those. Yeah, I think people would engage with it a lot more if it was just, you know, more apparent what was going on all the time. It's an RPG. It's a role-playing game that has almost no easily trackable story in it. Or a very, very watered down, drip-fed storyline. Is it up in the upstairs in the tree? So we need to speak to this. There we go. Used all the icon quotas on anima and catalogued research. Yeah, that surprises me. Why is there 26 different types of catalogued research? Yeah, Lightless Silk and Enchanted Lightless Silk is basically the exact same icon, but one's got green dots on it. It's like, really? So a core material in the game has basically a copy-paste icon, but then we have 20 different catalogued research icons. What? What?
My long slumber has ended.
Why are they even icons in the first place? Automatic currencies, Blizzard. Have you not learned with, like, what was it? Anima tokens.
Ardenweald will survive the drought.
That you had to click on each and every one. Just, if it's a currency, put it in the pissing currency tab. You know? It ends up there anyway. Ah, stupid. Stupid, stupid.
Perhaps, but the ritual cost us our lives. If we attempt it again, we must disperse the power among several vessels.
There's a reason why it's physical items though, right? You do understand why it's things that spam your bags. It creates the illusion that you're actually collecting something.
I am bound to both the
It creates an illusion that you're actually working towards something. If it went straight into your currency tab, it'd be like valor points that you just don't see them, you just don't think about them. Honor points, you don't see them, you don't think about them. There is, as much as it's somewhat frustrating when you end up with a bag full of shit, it is done for the reason of, you know, trying to paint a picture that this world is actually interactive and that you're collecting things.
We stalk the moonless night. You seek the horned hunter, a peerless tracker in life and a legend within the wild hunt. You can find him at Root Home, if he does not find you first. Good hunting.
You have so many books per expansion that you collect and then hand the quest in to a suitable NPC, then you can watch over and over again. Yeah, there are some very simple and equally very elegant solutions that could be implemented to make the storytelling of this. I mean, Christ, the entire World of Warcraft was based on books in the first place. It's not like you don't have the stories there. I mean, Jesus, just get somebody to type them out in game, get somebody to voice them. Boom. Content.
Let's get moving. This way.
I've literally never ever been able to keep up with the storyline in WoW.
They invade our groves and consume the anima like.
And I think if you play the game, you know, progressively as new content comes out, you'll always struggle to keep up with it because of the way that they desire to drip feed things to you.
Look, those rifts must be how they enter the forest. Close them quickly.
Close one.
That should keep them at bay for now. Let us continue our search.
Main characters tailoring and enchanting. If I go learn leatherworking now, do I need to refarm crafter's marks? If you are to drop one of the professions, you wouldn't have to so much refarm for them. Well, it depends what you mean by refarm. You'd have to buy the pattern again. So for like crafter's mark 3, for example, you'd have to buy it from Duchess Minx for 2,000 Stygia again, yeah. Equally, there's no magic book to reteach you everything if you go back to your original. That was a little bit of a luxury from back in the day that doesn't exist anymore. Not defending Blizzard not doing voice acting, but it's very difficult to keep the same actors with the same voices over a period as long-lived as WoW. How long has Jaina been in the game, for example? True. But, you know, a small complication like that shouldn't be the reason you don't do something. That should be a hurdle you choose to overcome, you know, if it becomes a thing. That's like choosing to not drive a car because somebody might crash into you.
That said, a good huntsman knows when to accept help. Hunt with me.
But yeah, you're right. It would equally be very annoying if the voice actors did keep changing. But let's be honest, a company the size of Blizzard's with a game this size, they could have the voice actors on just payroll. No problem. I mean, small little indie companies are able to fully voice act their games for years and years at a time. I'm sure a company like Blizzard shouldn't have a problem with it. Just get Alexa to do all the voice acting. I mean, yeah, you could just use digital voices, to be honest. Like, this is the thing. The days of voice actors is almost over. Digital voice acting will, you know, become the norm. Just wait, the Apple integration to World of Warcraft. Hey Siri, where's the nearest vendor for arboreal shards?
Together we are let the hunt begin.
That'd be a good add-on, you know, actually. If somebody wants to make that. What we doing here? We're just killing things. I think we're just killing things. Wonder how many series you just set off. Well, theoretically none. Considering if your Siri is voice trained correctly, it should only really respond to your voice. Mine? Oh really? Sorry. Hey Siri, play gay porn on the living room TV. Sorry, not sorry. My eyes. Ah, my eyes.
Swarm like this means that the drought is truly dire.
Too many penises in one place. Sorry, I can't do that. It's already running. Yeah. Would you first like me to turn off the tentacle porn? Bit early for gay porn. Hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Haha. Dad jokes. Gotta love them. I assume I am just cannibalizing monsters now, yeah. It's fine. Seriously? Siri thinks there's a time and a place, yeah. Get off your high horse, Siri. Holy damn. There's a time and a place. When I'm ready. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how we got onto this topic of conversation, but it might have been my fault. She clearly knows my habits too well. No longer is it ceiling cat watches you masturbate. It's Siri listens to you jerk off. That's the that's the 2021 equivalent of ceiling cat. %65%, we're getting there. Slow and steady. This is why I shouldn't spend too much time actually playing the game. Look at the type of conversations we end up, you know. This the conversation turns very quickly when I'm actually doing content in the game. At least if we sit at the auction house, the conversation stays pretty much on track. Outside of the auction house, though? Oh my god. I don't want to kill those big dudes because they're just annoying to kill and they take too long. I need a target. We need 12% from somewhere. Do me 12% easy mobs. Easy mobs. No, you're not an easy mob. You're a big dude. I voice trained whilst choking on Doritos. Maybe that's why you trigger her. Possibly. Possibly. Touche, good sir. Voice acting naturally segues into porn. Apparently so. Apparently so. Oh, what's going on here? Can you put me down? You big three-headed goon. Put me down. Thank you. Now we escape.
Hang on. Boris is no common world eater. For all of our stealth, it was still able to detect us. We will need a cunning strategy to
A cunning strategy?
I think I
Hey, voice acting, look. Leather prices are starting to jump up again. Heavy calluses on the rise. Seems people have really started their restocking. It doesn't take many people to say that they've started restocking for everybody to jump in on it. Lazy Goalmaker was talking about it the other day in his podcast. Penguin was streaming yesterday and was talking about getting prepared for 9.2. I would imagine a bunch of the YouTube crew are also starting to talk about, you know, stockpiling and all of this sort of stuff. It's one of those topics of conversation that becomes very easy to talk about when there's not too much else to talk about. So yeah, I would imagine that it's not going to be too far along. People tend to, I mean, the early bird catches the worm, right? If you've got 2 reasons to buy materials, one being that you can use them for crafting and the other one being that hopefully they go up in value and you can sell them, then, you know, you can't really lose. But just don't invest more than you're willing to lose. Anybody else getting a rather annoying white ad banner for Colgate keep popping up under the Manthe stream vid? Not me. Not me. You know, there's a really good way to get rid of all ads. And it's not Twitch Turbo. Talking about Heavy Callous Hide, I do foresee Heavy Callous Hide taking a bit of a... let me put it this way. I'm not usually a fan of speculating on what the price of something will do. I prefer to talk about what supply and demand might do. Without doubt, when everybody gets into patch 9.2 and all of a sudden people can start equipping 2 legendaries, it doesn't take a genius to work out that if everybody is now wearing twice as many legendaries, somebody's got to be making potentially twice as many legendaries. Sure, I know there's some there's other factors involved in it, but 9.2 is going to be monstrous for legendaries because everybody's going to want to buy at least 1 more, maybe even 2. So the bottleneck materials, so your lithium ore, your heavy callous hide, lightless silk maybe, but there's so much lightless silk kicking about at the moment, it's hard to tell exactly. The bottleneck materials are almost definitely going to have a massive spike in demand for them when people start recrafting in bulk. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'll be back with you in a minute. The playlist seems to have done goofed, so let's get some tunes back on the go real quick. And I'll be back with you in 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. Record time. Last week I For the last week, I start my morning by buying out all mats that are under my smart average buy price, starting to fill up the banks real fast. Yeah, there's a bunch of materials that are now really starting to nosedive. We were almost at vendor shuffle prices on some materials again now. Even the high demand for desolate leather because of crafted mark gear has now even still got to the point where the vendor shuffle is a possibility on some realms. Not everywhere, mind. It's desolate leather is still sort of 4 or 5 gold on a bunch of realms, but you can start to find it occasionally for like 3 gold 50 a piece. Am I not meant to be doing something with these? I'm meant to be pressing a button. Use the Gorm Hide branch to incapacitate a Gorm. The lightless silk dropping in price though, maybe it's just my lack of knowledge on lightless silk, but I always wonder where it all comes from. Because early days, lightless silk turned up mostly by people 2x4 farming for the BOE epics. But I don't think that's really a thing at the moment, because the BOE epics don't sell for more than pennies. So I'm not quite sure where all the lightless silk comes from. Is it just tailors, just passively there being lots of tailors? I'm not sure. Because I'm not really aware of like a good lightless silk. Is it just all bots? I don't know. I usually try to keep a good idea of where the materials come from, but lightless silk confuses me. It's had its drop rate increase though, that I do know. It had a 20% drop rate increase. So it's not surprising that there's more of it about nowadays, but when you need 400 lightless silk to make a single vestige, you would assume that would hoover up a lot of it. But then again, tailors are smart. Tailors are, anybody that's getting into legendaries are probably, pairing up tailoring with something else. Because enough people have told them that they should do it that way. Sold several BOE epics recently, which I attributed to the Mage Tower. Been selling all my old Castle Nathria BOEs. But I can't imagine that would trigger people to go out and farm them again. I don't know. Oh my god, do I need 50 of these things? I've got to click on a little Gorm giblet 50 times. Holy smoke. Alright, fine. I should I should just DM Student. Student! Where do I get lightless silk? Oh, that's the rare. We don't need the rare. I'd say it's more bots than people. Yeah, I don't know. There seem to be 10k, 20k packs, even a few of 50k packs. Well, that's often, you got to remember that, I mean, I forget this a lot, but because the default auction house activity is to not undercut, just to pile everything on top of each other, that does tend to happen. And those big clusters are equally also people buying out the markets to try and get a reset on them. So they'll buy 20,000 and then relist it at a price. That's what tends to make those big clusters. But equally, yeah, you could be right. It could just be, you know, a bot farm doing something somewhere. I don't know. Like I said, if it's farming, it's not so much my forte. Unless, of course, the name... Well, yeah, that's true. Unless the name looks like somebody's rolled their face on a keyboard, then there's a good chance it's a bot. $50 of these things is long.
I need to get close.
Nearly there. 39. Although, looking at it, we're 311 out of 410 steps of the Night Fae campaign, so we're 2/3 of the way through it, which means we are making steady progress. What chapter are we on? We're on chapter 6. So once this, yeah, okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Slow and steady. I'm just kind of, I'm quite keen to get as much of the sort of, the grindy progress done and out of the way before we get a new PTR update. I've been a little bit slack on PTR testing this patch, mainly because I've had too much stuff that I wanted to get done in retail before 9.2. I'm very aware that I'm trying to do too much, but you know, you live and you learn. I've made the commitment to myself now to get Draenor up and running, so I need to do it.
By order of the Queen, bring back a trophy.
But like I said, it's kind of the journey that I enjoy. Once Taran Mill's a good example of this. Once I've already got all of the legendaries leveled up, and I've got a good inventory of stock, and I've got a gold cap or two, I really quickly lose interest, because I don't have any need for more gold. It's nice to have, but I just enjoy playing the markets and leveling it all up, and it's difficult to describe why, but are we selling stuff? Let's take a little look.
Welcome back. Did you
Welcome
find
back.
Watch the shadows. Beware of danger in the woods. I've prepared the perfect glamour to help you get by undetected. Just stand still.
Turns. I forgot he turns you into a bush.
Be careful not to make any sudden movements, and whatever you do, don't get too close to the devourers.
If you get attacked or mount up, you lose the disguise. Yeah, I seem to remember this one. I think I've made this mistake before of trying to mount up and then realizing, oh no, there goes my bush. Let's not clip that out of context either. I think the disguise doesn't even matter. You can finish it without bush. Can we do it without bush?
Let us speak. You've arrived just in
Alright then, fine. 0 bush necessary.
I will finish setting the lure. Let me know when you are ready. Greetings, traveler.
I am ready. Sure. Just another way for Blizz to fuck with your time. Yeah, apparently so. There's definitely a lewd joke in there somewhere for sure. Where's he going? Ow! Pew pew. Don't we have to hide around the corner and then should we just slap him? Just slap him. Go, go, go. We're selling things on Draenor though. I can hear it in the background. Oh, that stung. Maybe don't stand in that.
Well, that was no easy prey, even for the wild hunt.
It was easy for me. You don't know what you're talking about. Let's go.
For Queen and Grove, I must report to Lord Herd. Then we will speak of your hunt.
What are we selling? Duplets. Somebody's bought a bunch of our gems. We're selling some 200 gear. Rings. Masterful ring. A versatile neck. At 800 gold a piece. These are basically doubling our money on them, which is nice. Shadow Steel boots. We basically gave those away. But Shadow Steel breastplate at 2,700 gold. That's a steal. That's the kind of sale we need. What's in our mailbox? 13k in the mailbox. Getting there. Getting there. Slow and steady.
Home High Mountain.
My
Long
long
has it
slumber
been
has
since I
ended.
witnessed you in battle.
Renowned 65 as well.
The dream
Nice.
This is interesting.
What would you ask of me, Shanks?
We require your skills as a huntsman. Our efforts hinge on locating an elusive quarry.
Oh. I thought we were flying somewhere. We're not. We're just going down here.
The Queen has no interest in your deeds.
What you be asking of old dear?
Bob Salami. Nice to meet you.
Then we be getting something special for the Winter Queen.
We might have to be a little bit creative with we might have to do some farming is basically what I'm getting at here. We might have to do a little bit of farming on Draenor. Not because we've not got enough things selling on the auction house, just purely because it'll be a nice injection of quick and easy cash. Sure, I'm not a fan of farming, but assuming that we can still be making like 20k an hour, it might be worth doing a couple of hours of farming just to give us a little bit more leg room to maybe start with jewel crafting Legos. Maybe if we can farm up enough, I don't know, a couple of thousand lithium ore or something, just to get through rank 1 hell for legendaries, for jewel crafting. Once we can start making some bigger and better and tastier rings and necks, we should be able to start churning profit pretty fast. Which panda leatherworking should we be crafting? The dreadful or the malevolent? Yeah, the dreadful stuff, yeah. And in most cases you want it at item level 48 or, what is it, 54? So using a relic 4 or a relic 5 is the rough TLDR. Be aware though that the materials are greatly inflated in price currently. And equally, the demand for that gear is slowing down rapidly. It's very much the tail end of it now. We might see a little spike towards the end as people rush to... there's about a week left, I think, on the Mage Tower, isn't there? We might see a bit of a spike towards the end as people rush to get it finished, and for those that can't quite, you know, they'll try and quickly gain every advantage they can if they're running out of time. But just want to discover the patterns for next time. Oh, I see. I mean, if that's the goal, then it's as simple as just press the button once a day. I'm gonna die if I'm not careful here. What's going on? Where's me crab at? Crab, do crab things, please. Hello? Crab, do you want to get some aggro today, maybe? Fucking idiot crab. This is why nobody wants crabs. Hey! Jokes are on fire today. Oh, I really hope this quest doesn't bug out as well, you know. Once we kill these dudes, we have to go do something on the bridge. This very frequently bugs out. Although he seems to be chilling there now. Do I need to train that research pattern option at the trainer? Honestly, I can't remember. It's been about 10 years since I did it. Most of Mr. Pandaria stuff is learnt through discovery, not from a trainer. Even the what's it called? It's Magnificence of Leather, I think, is the one that you're looking for. Because the Magnificence of Hide is the one that gives you the Malevolent gear. So it's the Magnificence of Leather is the thing that you're trying to do. If you've got your Pandaria leatherworking skilled up to whatever the max is, it either comes from a train or you discover it. Honestly, I can't give you an exact answer because I can't remember. But somebody obviously gave Manthe an emergency dad joke card for Christmas. Yeah. Probably. My brother-in-law has a similar sense of humour to me, and we spent all of Christmas with each other, so it's the dad jokes end up flying. Maybe I just need to get out of that habit a little bit. Your Marmite dealer? No, my other brother-in-law. I have a couple of them. Not my Marmite dealer, no. Why did my crab run all the way over there? This dude's got a mind of his own. Absolutely madness. $92. Need a few more. Something quick and easy to pew pew. You're quick and easy to pew pew. You're unlikely to kill me. 96. Just checked, it has to drop from a mob. Yeah, I think it requires you to have 99 out of 100. Are you kidding me? I think it requires you to have a certain skill in the profession before it will drop. But then once you've got it, kill like a few things and you should be good. Just slay some goats or something and you'll get it pretty quick time. Oh, now I've pulled the big dinosaur dude, for God's sake. And me crab's gonna die. And he can't hold aggro because he's useless. Useless crab. He has got growl on, he's just useless. I obviously do far too much damage. Way too buff. And I can say that because my mummy told me so. Right, there we go. There we go. Right. Hello? Now where's me crab gone? He's running away. Right, this dude used to bug out. He used to get halfway through his thing, and then he used to like give up, and you couldn't attack him anymore. I wonder if that's still a thing. At this point, he used to go immune, and then that was it. It was game over. Okay, now it seems to be working alright. Now we kill the Scourge thing. Bone Storm! I wonder why that's become such an iconic thing. Like, what was it? It was the first boss of ICC, right? What was his name? Marigar? Even people that don't raid seem to know that one. Oh, is it because of the pet? Oh yeah, you might be right actually. Yeah, in fact you absolutely are. How do we rescue these dudes then? Sprinkle some fairy dust or something on them. Have some voodoo powder. Inject this voodoo powder up your nose and it'll make you feel good. See, this is the kind of humor that kind of, you know, under the radar jokes that Blizzard was once famous for. Ultimately, when they stopped being under the radar, it got them into a bit of trouble, but yeah, using some Bonswandi voodoo powder. okay. I think we know what that's meant to be. Drops a pet, and when you idle long enough, it yells Bone Storm at quite a high-pitched voice. That'll probably be why everybody knows it then. Always remember the quest in Wrath. Jormunga is so fat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's loads of little things like that you know, it just flies over most people's heads. But if you're out there paying attention and spot them, there's some very, very funny humour in some of the quest design. It's a shame that they've gone you know, in my opinion at least, a little bit too far with the politically correct stuff nowadays. They're just trying to get back in everybody's good books. That's the reason.
Look like you're not dead. Yeah. The special guest gonna be real interested to hear what Mazala be saying. They got a special information. One salty. You be too important to summon me yourself. Oh.
Armor ready. Let's go. Oh, I remember this one. It's where you got to keep the things alive. Got to play healer for a minute. Blizzard's in pussy mode now, scared to do fun stuff. Maybe. Well, they're gonna have to do some positive PR to keep their image. Oh, I started watching, and I suggest everybody to watch this, even though I've not seen it yet. Mad Season did his Pandora's Box video. 2 hours long, mind. I've only seen like the first 20 minutes of it so far. But talking about the life and the history of Blizzard and World of Warcraft, it's already proving to be very interesting.
You'll be too late. Me gave an ancient spirit the chance to be joining me. They made a bad choice.
Started that, not quite finished yet, but very interesting. Yeah, it's rarely that a 2-hour video on YouTube would attract me, but I'm very interested in watching that. notably because I've watched Mad Season stuff for a while, and since he went to Classic, not so much, but because I don't really care for Classic. But his own content, retail-based content, was very good. Oh, we're gonna let this dude die. Despise the political correctness that's present everywhere. Why can't we just come together and have fun without worrying about stuff like that? Yeah, political correctness has its place, sure, but keep the fuck out of my video games. People play video games to not worry about that sort of shit. This is why I have a zero politics policy on my stream. If it's directly related in some way, shape or form, we may touch on it, but I try to keep IRL bullshit out of my stream as much as possible. Because people play video games to escape that trash. Not to be, you know, not to have it thrown in their face from every angle.
Time for you to go back to the other side. Don't you worry.
Oh my god, everybody's taking deeps. Everybody stay alive. I'm a genius. I should heal for Echo. Can't make my mind up. Here's the deal. 2 max level characters, my raiding main, which has every reputation, and my farming alt, which I don't farm with anymore. Should I go tailoring and other crafting with the main and get enchanting and like inscription for the alt? Has no reputation, really don't want to farm it. Inscription has its heyday, but its heyday is usually the first patch of the expansion. Inscription nowadays doesn't really do much of anything. Some past expansion glyphs and stuff maybe, but inscription is not really a it's a B tier gold making profession, put it that way. It's got a little bit of utility, but it's not super useful. My suggestion is, if you're still trying to, you know, make a bunch of gold, alchemy is always a really good one to have at some point, because consumables come around every time there's a new raid, and you'll know this if your main character is a raider. You'll know this, that consumables pop off every time there's a new raid, and it's usually relatively easy gold at the beginning of a raid. Buy a few materials before the raid, craft a bunch of potions and flasks when the raid comes out, and it's usually an easy win. If you've already got a sizable amount of gold, then the gear crafting professions are a very nice way to make a fair amount of profit as well. We already know that there is two new crafters marks coming in patch 9.2. Which, just like they've done in patch 9.0 and patch 9.1, they will be an absolute cash cow for those that are able to get them quickly. But honestly, it doesn't make a huge difference. With 2 characters, you can pretty much, well, you can cover 4 main professions, and then supplement it with a bit of cooking and stuff like that as well. If you do not care so much about the long crafting sessions, inscription can be good with missives, but it compares to farming. Yeah, everybody's going to need multiple missives. Missives sell just as fast as legendaries sell, but obviously a missive is, you know, a couple of 100 gold instead of 100,000 gold. My personal feeling is that you should probably just put like skinning and mining herbing on your main. The days of needing a profession to be a raider are pretty much over. There's an element of that, true, yeah. Often, since your main raiding character is going to be the character that you're doing the content on out in the real world when it's, you know, important. Rarely do you need, there's not so Although saying that, the Crafter's Mark gear has been probably the most lucrative markets for raiders, because raiders have been incentivized to go and get the reputations very, very quickly. And, you know, first to the market always wins. No crafted weapons. Yeah, it was an interesting decision to not make the weapons, well, useful at all. I mean, you got your basic leveling weapons, but it does seem slightly weird that crafters have not made weapons at all. But then again, it's hard to complain. I mean, we literally make people's best in slot gear. Like, I still to this day can't emphasize enough just how ridiculously overpowered the legendary crafting system is. It's why I wouldn't recommend anybody hesitate getting into it. Like, we have not seen anything quite as ridiculously powerful as the legendary system for crafters ever, and I don't think we'll ever see anything quite as overpowered again. Look at it from the comparison of, like, if you were, you know, you used to be able to make your own good piece of gear. It used to be bind on pickup, and you used to have to, if you were a tailor, sorry, if you were like a cloth wearer, you had to have tailoring, and you could make one piece of gear that was bind on pickup and sort of good for yourself. That was the extent of professions for a while. Now they're bind on equip, and they're best in slot for every single class and spec in the game. You're literally making people's best in slot gear, and you can sell it to others as well. Like, it's so ridiculously powerful, it's not even funny. This is why it has made people multi-millionaires. Like, some people have made more gold in this expansion than they've probably ever seen in their life in this game. There are single characters that by themselves could, you know, could comfortably fund an entire mythic raiding guild with just the gold that they're able to make on legendaries. What are the red lines on the map? This is an add-on called Roots. It's a custom little route I've put together for farming Archivist Codex. What's it called? Yeah, the catalogued research. That's the word I'm looking for. It's, yeah, Roots. If you've ever done any farming, you'll be aware of kind of how it works. Which one of these is proving to be tanky and not dying? Different bits across different areas of the game as well. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's it. It's like, it's so much more powerful than anything we've ever seen before from crafting. You used to be able to make what was maybe best in slot for yourself. But to be able to make what is definitely best in slot for every single character in the game is just outrageously powerful. I'm 1000% sure they won't do a system like this again. Yeah, I can't see them doing anything like this again. And if I'm honest, I don't think that they kind of really meant for the legendary system to be the way that it is now anyway. I genuinely feel if they had more development time for Shadowlands, the legendary system would be very different to what it is now. I don't think they ever expected players to be in a position to craft and sell every single rank of legendary. I don't think they expected players to be able, or their initial design goal was not for players to do that. I think their initial design goal was probably to make it so that you would specialize in something and you would have specialist crafters on your realm. So you would go to this, or you'd have, you know, that guy in the guild that would make, you know, the Shadowgast rings. You'd have that person in the guild that would make the Grim Veiled capes. You'd have that person in the guild that would do X, Y, and Z. I don't think the original design philosophy was that there'd be one person that makes everything and just becomes a multi-billionaire.
Your forms.
And the reason I kind of get that feeling is on the basis that they were readjusting the amount of legendaries that you needed to craft, like multiple times in the Shadowlands beta. And they also adjusted the cost of arboreal shards multiple times on the beta. There was a point in time where the arboreal shard was 1,000 gold, and it was only very late in the day they reduced it to 100 gold, and then upped the amount of them that you needed. So they were definitely playing around with how they wanted legendaries to work, and if I'm honest, I feel that they just ran out of time. And once it was done, it was too hard to change it and go back again. I honestly feel if Blizzard had more development time on legendaries early days, there would have been a bind-on pickup material for it that would have limited people's ability to be, you know, the jack of all trades, because I don't think that's what they really wanted. Especially when some people have to recraft as well in 9.1 and maybe 9.2. Yeah, it's like, it's without question, like this entire expansion for me has been all about legendaries. And while it's been profitable, sure, I've made 60 million gold profit so far, in probably more than that because it's hard to keep track because I do spend a bunch of gold. I've probably made somewhere in the region of about 100 million gold in profit this expansion so far, and I'll probably double that by the end of it, just off the legendary market, like pretty much entirely off the legendary market. And often you'll find that there'll be something that will be a bit of a cash cow for a small period of time. But then, you know, the more people that get into it, the less profitable it becomes. But there's never a situation where crafting somebody's best in slot gear is not going to be profitable. You are always going to have customers if you're crafting BIS gear. Always, always, always. Just want to know how the belt in 9.2 will work for making it. Are we going to get the belt with preset stats, or are we choosing those ourselves? Google's not been helpful in finding this out. It's because we don't know. It's not been implemented on the PTR yet, so we don't know. We know there is going to be a belt. We know that we're going to acquire the belt. Blizzard did not say that we get the belt for free, I would like to add. They say that we acquire the belt. Very, very deliberate use of language there by Blizzard to indicate that we don't just get it for free. We'll have to do something to get it. That thing, I believe, will probably be when you complete the campaign. I believe that once you complete the campaign, you'll get the belt. And then you'll unlock the ability to use 2 legendaries. How that will affect how alts work, I don't know. But not seen it in any of the chapters yet. No, but I think they'll just make it to, they'll just give it out as a reward at the end of the campaign is my guess. Alternatively, they might make it a reputation grind with the, I can't remember the name of the faction. Blizzard are not going to be super creative with it, I don't think. It'll be something very simple, and they'll just crowbar it into either the campaign, or it'll be an exalted rep reward, or something very simple. They're not gonna do anything creative for the last expansion in this patch, as they're very clearly working on 10.0 anyway. Be nice to see Blizzard's original design intent with Legos. Maybe one day they'll talk about it. Yeah, unfortunately, I got into the Shadowlands beta before I got. Let me put it this way: before I got into the Shadowlands beta myself, I wasn't really paying too much attention to what was going on. It was only when I got my beta key invite that I was like, right, let's see what's going on with this. So I seen bits and pieces from the alpha. I was never in the alpha, but I got my beta key pretty early days.
No, I be just an old shadow hunter. Our people, they be needing you.
No 2 Legos for Race to World First Raiders. I would imagine that will probably be the case. I think it will probably be timed so that you'll get, yeah, if you're progressing Mythic, like in the first week or two, I don't think you'll have access to 2 Legos. That will probably be that, because they'll use that as being a soft nerf to the raid. If they then, you know, after 4 weeks or something, give people the ability to have that second legendary. It's basically the same as nerfing every boss by 10%, because people's DPS will increase because of it. Just like how in 8.3, our cloak getting slowly but surely more powerful was actually, you know, the more we gear up, the easier the raid becomes. So that they don't have to actually actively nerf bosses in a raid. If we just if they slowly drip feed us more gear, we just become more powerful, and the raid naturally becomes easier, because those DPS checks become more manageable. I'm almost certain they'll use the second legendary and the belt as, you know, something along those lines. How and where are we meant to be going now? I'm confused. I should have been paying attention to what's going on. The game seems to think I'm still in combat somehow. I don't know why that's a thing. Okay. Oh dear, what's going on here? Okay, let's get out of it. It seems to be glitching. Oh, there we go. That's the answer I was looking for. Oh no, where's me Krabby Boy gone? Krabby Boy, go. Oof, that was close. Right, get out of here. Surely we're nearly there now. 350 out of 410. We can't be far off. We're on chapter 7. Okay, we're good. Well, we're on chapter 8. Sorry, I should say. Nearly there. We're not far off. We're not far off getting the Vestige of Origins on this dude now. Once we've got retail in a more stable situation, we can spend a bit more time on the PTR. But considering there's Korthia still feels a bit of a shell. I really do hope they add more to Korthia than what we were not Korthia, sorry, Zereth Mortis, to what we already see. What's happened to the WoW token? It's down to 292. Is it really? Is it time to cash out? Is it time to cash out? Oh, well, I saw the sale's on though, isn't there? Although that wouldn't necessarily push the token down. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Well, it was 293, then it went up to 306. Now it's down to 292. It seems to be spiking up and down. I don't really know. I don't know. Sales, yeah, sales, yeah, that was me being slow. Sales push it up because people turn their gold into battle.net balance to buy things. There's less incentive for people to, I mean, maybe it's still the Mage Tower doing its thing. I don't know. Maybe in this downtime, last week of Mage Tower, maybe people are, you know, buying the tokens to buy their potions to push the Mage Tower. Maybe people with their Christmas money figured they'd buy some gold whilst the price is high. Maybe, yeah. This is a bit of an odd period of time because there are some people that are playing the game considerably less because it's the festive season, but there's also, I would usually say, people of a younger age, people still at school, students, that sort of thing, who've got time off right now, who are actually playing the game a lot more because this is their holiday.
The cycle must be preserved.
So, yeah, there's, who knows, who knows. It might be time to cash out and cap Blizzard balance, though. I'm tempted to do that before the announcement of what they're doing with the physical product store. Just, you know, to be safe. Sold 1 million of Legos yesterday, no idea why. Hey, people need those upgrades. Bought 10 tokens in the last 3 days. Yeah, I need to cap my balance, I think.
We must strike with definitive force.
What is it? Speak up, Ingrid Drift. Make him suffer, Mawwalker.
Pew pew. Get wrecked. Destroy shielding rune. Who are you? Oh, you're all the way over here. Fine. Oh, these things. Oh, I remember this part of the quest now. I remember. Do people who buy WoW tokens for real money get their gold immediately, or only when somebody buys the token? Only when somebody buys the token. The way that it works is when you buy a token for gold, you get the token put in your bags. You have to then list that on the auction house. When you list it though, it works slightly different in terms of you get a guaranteed amount of gold for it. There is a waiting time. You know, it does simulate that auction selling. Blizzard seemed to state that it could take anywhere from like 2 to 12 hours for your token to sell. And then you get the gold in your mailbox. Just like you sold a normal item. Now, as far as I'm aware, you are waiting for somebody to buy a token, but I don't think it's on a... I don't think it's quite a last in, first out system. I'm not entirely sure. I only twice in my entire life have I actually bought tokens with money, and that was just to get a quick influx of cash on a server once. Why has my crab never got any health? Maybe I should use men pet more frequently. My crab never seems to regen any health at all. It's useless. Stupid crustacean. Oh, now we do just have to kill a bunch of stuff. Okay, I see. Fill the bar quest. Everybody needs a good fill the bar quest. It's not like this is the main storyline campaign or anything, but yeah, sure, a good fill the bar quest. I really am bashing on the quest design today, aren't I? I'm not sure why. Are you sure? I thought the whole point was Blizzard buying and selling the tokens so you don't have to wait for players to do it and the transaction's immediate. Nope. Nope, you do. You get the token in your bag, you go to the auction house, you list the auction, and then you have to wait for the sale to be made, and the gold will turn up in your mailbox at some point in the next few hours. This is why you I've had people ask me to craft them legendaries, and have equally turned around and said that, well, because my response is always, can't you just buy the one I've already made? And often the response is no, because I'm waiting for my token to sell. I've heard that a lot, and like I said, I've physically witnessed it a few times. When I first when I first started playing on Tauren Mill, I used some Blizzard balance to buy a couple of tokens to just get, I think it was at the time, the tokens were like 250k or something. I used it as a way to get some, just like 500,000 gold over there to start, you know, some starting capital. And yeah, when I bought the tokens, they went in my bags. I had to then list them on the auction house. And it was actually about 8 hours before I got the gold. Damn, I just sent away a pizza delivery that had the wrong address. You fool! You fool! You fool! Pizza turns up at your door. Did you order pizza? Yep. Thank you very much. Maybe that's because I'm British. Somebody turns up to my door with free pizza. I'm taking it. What's wrong with you? In my teenage years, we used to order pizzas to random addresses. It's not, well, yeah. Nowadays, you have to pay for the pizza when you order it, though. They're wise to that trick nowadays. When we got caught, well, yeah, yeah. This is why my address is not public. Goddamn crab, stop sleeping on the job. Caller ID kind of stopped those pranks. Yeah, a little bit. That's alright. If you're in the UK, what was it? 141? 141 before you dial the number. Does the crab have any special moves, or do you just like the model? The crab is what comes as default when you start a goblin. That's why I have a crab. For no other reason than it's the default pet. And I haven't been bothered to tame something else.
I don't have a time.
It is also quite a cool looking mount, pet, sorry. I still want the crab mount from Nazjatar. I'm so close to that. I just haven't, you know, I need to get it into, I need to build it into my routine to do a couple of dailies over in Nazjatar every day. And in a week or so, I'll have the crab mount, but...
My oath is to the
Crab mount with crab pets? Yeah, should do.
You could probably use a little help, huh?
Have a crabby army.
We will avenge the possessed here and now. For Ardenweald.
For Ardenweald.
Go on. I'll guard the bridge.
Walker, strike down the barrier.
Then I should make a... customize the TSM file so that Crab Rave is my auction sold sound. That would be funny. Also mean I probably wouldn't be able to use my VODs on YouTube, but because of goddamn stupid copyright. Although it seems to appear that people are giving zero shits about copyright on Twitch again. Oh my days. The new thing is apparently to watch full movies on Twitch. Do these people not learn? Like, you know, it's bad enough the music industry is now taking a much closer look at streamers and what they stream. Now you want to get Hollywood breathing down your neck? You wait till Disney fucks you in the ass. Quite literally. Because they don't mess about. These dipshits streaming full films on Twitch are just asking for a lawsuit. Isn't that a feature with Amazon Prime, the watch parties? Yeah. Yeah, but that's because they've got, you know, a pre-arranged deal with the, you know, with those for those specific films. Bloody, I think Rich Campbell was streaming Lord of the Rings whilst asleep the other day. It was like fucking ridiculous. These people are not only going to get themselves banned, they're going to draw serious amounts of unnecessary attention to the platform. Worst case, they're going to get themselves a lawsuit. Absolute donkeys. Absolute idiots. These people don't care though. That's the problem. They're just in it for they're in it for a cash grab. And these people are also the top 1% streamers are also rich enough that if a lawsuit comes their way, they just pay it and they just, you know, make it disappear. Can you imagine if XQC got, you know, sued for watching something on stream? I mean, he'd just pay the bill, you know. Guy makes hundreds of thousands of dollars every single month. You just pay the bill. People streaming the UFC fight and sitting with a controller. Yeah, that was a funny one. That was just amusing. I mean, you know, streaming streaming flipping Lord of the Rings on Twitch is basically 2021's version of, you know, that shady fella at the back of a cinema, you know, filming it on his camcorder to then, you know, sell dodgy DVDs down the pub. It's still incredibly illegal. Just because you might get away with it for a while doesn't mean you ain't going to get fucked in the ass when you get caught. It's ridiculous.
Our foe now marches on the Grove of Awakening, conscripting your own subjects into their ranks. What are your orders?
Is this nearly it? Are we nearly there? We're on the last chapter. Last chapter. Maybe we can head back into Corthia and do the last sigil. We are incredibly close. Blow my horn. Toot my own horn, if I do say so myself.
You will help lead the charge, mortal. Drive these invaders from my grove.
You gave of your very essence to preserve my spirit. I shall defend Ardenweald until the last.
Right, what are we doing here? Pew pew and stuff. Oh yeah, I remember now. We get our entourage that does all our pew pewing for us. This bit's actually quite fun. Especially as a hunter, we just tag everything and then it dies. Beautiful. Hey, and we're getting nature's splendor at the same time. Can you loot these things? Oh my god, you can loot these things. That seems... does this quest automatically... Does this quest automatically end when you kill enough things? The fact that these things get insta-nerfed because there's a bunch of people killing them for you, and they drop loot. How is that not, like, massively abusable? Why has Archvaldor not done a video on this? Oh, it doesn't appear I can loot everything. Maybe it was just odd things. Oh, okay. Maybe it's not as broken as it looks. I don't think the mobs respawn. Oh, that could be it. Extended Lord of the Rings via watch party, yes please. See, in some regard, and it's all, I tell you why it is, it's all because, what's his name, flipping Gordon Ramsay has a smart team of people behind him. You know, all these streamers that are watching MasterChef and are streaming like full series of MasterChef, like, they're getting away with it, not because it's not copyright, it's the fact that it's it's understood that this is bringing disgusting amounts of new people to a series that, you know, it's getting double the viewership because of it. But Hollywood doesn't think like that. Hollywood isn't going to allow you to, you know, stream their films to the world for free. They are going to take a baseball bat and they're going to lodge it where you don't want it to be lodged. And they will not think twice about doing it.
We are no. The Droft believe that seizing the Grove of Awakening will bring them victory. They are mistaken.
I mean, I get that the whole React culture is a bit of a grey area to begin with. But at least if you're doing something constructive with the content, you can argue fair use. But just straight up streaming a film is like, oh my god, you just...
As you command, my queen.
It baffles me. Maybe it's because I'm slightly older than a lot of these people that stream, but oh my days.
For Ardenweald.
Careful, React is trademarked. God damn you fine bros. Maybe bigger partners get a bit more protection from Twitch. Probably not. Probably not. Because if that was found out to be the case, then that makes Twitch liable. And the absolute last thing that Twitch wants is liability. I see this argument thrown around a lot, but I don't think it has any weight. I think Twitch do as much as they physically can to stay out of any of it. The less liability they have on the whole situation, the better as far as they're concerned. They will throw somebody under the bus within a blink of an eye because they don't care. The greater good for them is to keep the platform alive. XQC, if Hollywood comes after XQC, XQC's on his own. I shit you not. Sure, they might not enforce the 3 strikes and you're out rule on these big streamers. And if you're, if you're a Lobby 100 viewer Andy that gets banned 3 times, then yeah, you're banned, you're perma-banned. Because you're not big enough to make them enough money for it to be a financial decision. But I shit you not, if Hollywood comes after one of these big streamers, they're on their own. Twitch are not going to do diddly squat. It still, to me, would be very interesting to find out what happened to Doc. Because, like, his departure from Twitch, him getting banned on Twitch, very much feels like he got thrown under the bus for something. I don't know what that something is, but it almost feels like they cut ties with Dr. Disrespect purely so that they didn't have to deal with something. I think he's still going through the courts. Yeah, there's not so much information that's public about that, but it stinks of something happened, and it was far easier to just ditch him and say goodbye than it was for Twitch to have to deal with it. If it goes through courts and it gets resolved, then I'm sure we'll all find out publicly. But if anything, I'd go as far as to say it's done. Dr. Disrespect's career is probably blossomed since he's no longer on Twitch, to be honest. Especially now all of the big streamers are going to YouTube anyway. He just got a free. He got a helping hand in that decision. Sure, maybe he didn't get, a big fat payout like some of these other guys did, but the likelihood is that long term he will probably win. I've said this forever, that Twitch will lose to YouTube eventually. It just depends when YouTube wants to take the win. We forget just how small of a website this really is. Twitch is a tiny thing. Like, honestly, when you can list the top creators on one hand, it's like you know it's a tiny platform. It's actually fun to watch Doc playing with those guys again. Yeah. It's kind of quite funny. And I don't pay too much attention to like Twitch drama per se, but if it's something that's, you know, a bit more industry based, I like to keep my eyes on what's going on. And somebody like Dr. Disrespect randomly getting permabanned with seemingly no explanation is intriguing, if nothing else. Twitch is a niche little gaming site, but YouTube is everything. YouTube is literally everything. A third of the global population is on YouTube. You know, it's incomprehensible in terms of scale.
The stars turn.
There are people on YouTube that regularly, and I'm talking regularly, have 200, 300,000 viewers on a live stream. Regularly. That you have never heard of. That just shows the scale of the site.
The Shadowlands face unrelenting peril. Stand ready, hunter.
Where if somebody gets 200, 300,000 viewers on Twitch, it's like a big deal.
In the days
But there's people that do that on the daily on YouTube, and you've never heard of them. Where are we going? Talk to lady somebody inside the tree. Is it one of you? No. What? Where are we going here? Oh, I think we need to go down, don't we?
Where do we strike?
It's interesting to see the growth in the in the just chatting section. That goes to prove that streaming will eventually be something a lot more than just gaming. Gaming was the catalyst to get it, you know, popular.
Do you hear that?
But realistically, I would say that, you know, the just chatting side of things is where the live stream content will be. As long as the hot tub meta doesn't take over.
What can I do for you? Oh, this should be interesting.
But we talked about it a little bit earlier, that it's a liability issue a lot of the time. And this is the problem that live content always has. This is why live content always eventually ends up being a little bit seedy and a little bit underground. Because, you know, there's... How do you actively manage, or... You know, how do you either have to... You have to have some magical system to work out a way to filter live streams in real time, or you have to take the other approach, which Twitch does, and is just like, stand back, deny everything. Stand back, deny everything. Like, what you stream, the ownership is on you to not stream anything bad. If you stream something bad, we'll strike you down, and if you do it a few times, you're out of here. The problem is with that sort of mentality is it can only grow so big. This is why I don't think YouTube really cares that much to take the reins from Twitch. Whilst they could at the flick of a switch, YouTube doesn't really care so much about live content. It's far too much of a liability. When you have the globe's largest video platform, you don't really need live content to be a big thing. Which I think is one of the main reasons to why YouTube have basically done nothing about the whole live streaming thing. They'll take Twitch's creators, not because they want those creators to continue live streaming. No, they want those creators to be exclusive to the YouTube platform. They're buying exclusivity. They're buying that creator's popularity. They're buying that creator's brand image. They're not buying that creator to live stream on their platform. They don't give a damn if they live stream. Hence why, you know, Ludwig and people who have gone to YouTube have had live stream contracts that allow them to stream a lot less. Because YouTube doesn't really care if they live stream. It's just, you know, it's just what they do. So they're, you know, they're buying their brand. They're not they're not, you know, they're not taking anything from Twitch other than the personality behind it. Love to see if a studio has tried to do a copyright against somebody streaming something from Prime via the watch party, just for Amazon to say it's in the contract you agreed on. I don't know. Probably. But like I said, it's only recently that the music industry has really started to pay much attention to what's going on Twitch. The movie industry will catch up if these donkeys keep streaming full films on Twitch.
Speak plainly. Watch the shadow.
Not needing to stream as much is very attractive to those guys. See, these people at the top of the tree understand the industry a lot more than your average streamer. Streaming is actually a terrible, like, to consider yourself a streamer is really not a sensible thing, because you literally live and die on the basis of you being live. And the only way to be live, there's only 24 hours in the day. Streaming is like farming. Let me put it that way, into context that we all understand. Streaming is like farming. You get paid for as long as you do it. The second you stop doing it, you stop getting paid. YouTube is like crafting. You're making content, you're making something that can continuously, provide value to yourself and to others. A 3 to 4 hour stream will have more energy than an 8 hour stream. Yeah, this is why I tend to stream just a few in small chunks. I've never really been a fan of doing like 8-hour streams. I'm absolutely definitely never ever going to be doing a stupid 24-hour stream. It's just dumb. It doesn't do anything for anybody. I'd much rather, stream for a couple of hours a day and then devote a couple of hours into something more long-lasting. It's the best analogy I've heard for Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, I thought I'd put it into context that we'd understand. I mean, it is literally that. The only way you can circumvent it is if you then take your live stream footage and turn it into curated YouTube content. But so few people do that, and so few people are able to do it well, that it kind of goes under the radar. But that's the meta. That is literally the meta. To stream for a couple of hours, turn it into a show, and then use that content to turn it into a YouTube video of some sort. That's the trick to, I'm of the opinion that if you just stream, you are not a content creator. You're an online entertainer at that point. You're not a content creator. You're not creating content. You're entertaining people for a few hours a day, like a busker on the street kind of thing. You walk past them, you're entertained. You're not going to buy the album from the busker on the street, are you? No, you buy the album from the, professional music artist. It's streaming is not necessarily, and those that are able to make a living off streaming alone, that's why the 0.01% people on Twitch actually, make enough money to consider it a living. Because to make enough money from just streaming alone, you have to be doing some serious numbers. Asmongold highlights, John Strife says, Belial clips, Preacher clips are all good examples of that. Yeah, the clip mentality has come to be more of a thing in the last sort of year, but that's only because YouTube now promotes it, right? Before, you used to have these 10-15 minute highlight videos that were dog shit. Nobody watched them, but they were 10-15 minute highlight videos because that's what YouTube wanted. YouTube has also taken the switch to more short form content. I mean, YouTube Shorts, for example, is to try and, chip away at that TikTok, that Instagram stories, sort of short form videos. And so hence Twitch clips kind of fits that niche quite nicely. And if you post a video under a minute long and you format it correctly on YouTube, they will push it. They will push that content. And that's why these clip channels are exploding. And that's why these clips end up going viral. So you say that streaming is the escort girl and the content creator is the wife. Interesting. It's not exactly how I'd put it, but yeah, something similar to that. Destiny 2 had a gifted sub reward for players recently. One streamer stayed online for 46 hours straight and got 20,000 subs. Oh dear. Oh dear. They also probably got themselves a heart attack by doing it. Streams are more fun to watch than YouTube videos, more squirrels. That live interaction definitely has its place. That's why I enjoy live streaming. But I equally understand that live streaming is never going to pay the bills. Often I use, you know, the time I can spend live streaming to help me create the content that I then ultimately publish on YouTube. And it's the YouTube and the support of the subs and the Patreons out there that do pay the bills. Streaming by itself, in fact, I'll tell you, I don't know if this is against my partner contract or not, but for reference, to show you just how, I mean, I stream in the last month. In the last 28 days, I've streamed for 64 hours. 64 hours and have generated $123. So streaming, like, I mean, that's what, $2 an hour? $2 an hour? People at McDonald's get $15 an hour. You don't live stream for the big bucks. It's not something that you do for the money. YouTube, on the other hand, the YouTube and the support from Patreon and stuff, that plays more of a part. That is now valuable enough for me to consider doing it long term. But Twitch by itself, yeah, I basically get $2 an hour for streaming. Haddock would play an ad. You know, if I press the ad button more frequently, it might have a little bit to do with that. But for reference, the revenue I get from ads is like nothing. Out of that $123, $18 was from ads. So every time you guys see a pre-roll ad before you get into the stream, and any time I do randomly remember to press the ad button, all of that combined is still less than $20 in the last month. This is the point, right? Streaming is never going to make any, you know, to do nothing but streaming, you'd have to be mad or really popular. This is why I reckon if you could probably do nothing but live stream if you had like 500 plus viewers, I would imagine. At that point, at 500 viewers plus, you'd probably make enough of an income just from Twitch to live off it. But the problem is how the hell do you get to 500 viewers? You know, you don't just become a 500 viewer Andy overnight. You become a 500 viewer Andy by people finding you through the created content that you actually make on YouTube. Boom. You know? Would be interesting to know how many videos you've done on YouTube due to a question asked while streaming. How many YouTube videos have I done? A couple of hundred, probably. I don't know. For the past year, I think I've averaged about 3 to 4 videos a week. So probably 200 videos in the last 200-ish videos in a year, I'd say. And I've been on YouTube. I mean, you guys have probably only been aware of me on YouTube for the last year or so. But I've been on YouTube for a long ass time. You can use that $18 to play WoW for free. Hey, true. True. Good advice I heard when building a build a YouTube fan base, then transition over to streaming. Yeah. It's why I consider streaming the hobby. Streaming's my hobby. Although I'm more scheduled with my stream than I am my videos, the stream, I permanently have the mindset that the stream is the hobby. The stream is the thing that I do to play the game, to gain the experience in the game. We do PTR on the stream, we test a few things out. But ultimately, it's what I learn and what I gather from the stream, even if I'm not using that footage. The time I invest in playing the game while streaming is what allows me to do the YouTube videos. So I kind of would still need to do it anyway, even if I didn't stream. But yeah, I don't know if this sort of stuff interests people. I think some people are. I think it interests some people. Some people don't care, and I get it.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Oh,
Both, I hope.
S3N71 with Prime Gaming. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow as well. Let's very quickly then. We've got we are now just to bring things back on track a little bit. We now can continue with the Chains of Domination questline. The last sigil is the chapter that gives us the Vestige of Origins. Like Mum once said, go get a real job. Yeah, one day maybe. Now I've got my hooks in on a social media career. I'm going to continue pushing forward with it. Nothing beats being your own boss. Yeah, now we can do the last sigil, which is the chapter that unlocks the Tome of Origins for us, which is the last real big milestone for me on this character for Draenor. Because once we have that under our belts, we have the ability, albeit we'll need some gold, but we will have the ability, in theory, to then start chipping away at all the legendaries on all the professions on Draenor. Obviously, gold permitting.
Corthia has much to offer.
Perhaps I may be of
So let's clear some bag space real quick, just because we've ran out of it. Let's just sub to your YouTube channel as well. Always interested in making gold in WoW. Oh, thank you, appreciate it. Well, that's our primary focus, is on the gold making side of things. Less so on like farming, but more so on like the economy. So like flipping, crafting, that sort of stuff. I'm not so much of a farmer, because honestly I consider farming to be something that you just do until you have enough gold to then move on to bigger and better things. But I found a removed from the game staff with an appearance unique to itself. What's the best way to try and sell it, and what would be a good price to sell it for? Hardly any data on it, and I'm the only one that seems to have it listed on the US and EU. There's really not many easy ways to sell things like that. You'll often find collectors for things of that sort of nature will usually hang out in certain corners of the internet. You'll probably find, arguably, and I know it sounds weird, some of the boosting communities will often house a lot of collectors. A lot of collectors will end up being part of a boosting community because of, you know, the connections. Yeah, there's probably Discords specifically for, you know, rare unobtainables, you know, like, what is it, WoW Market I think is one where they often have a lot of dealings with the trading card game mounts and pets and that sort of stuff. Yeah, in regards to price, you probably for something like that are not going to have much luck just selling it randomly on the auction house. Because that's just assuming that somebody will be specifically looking for it, that they probably won't. You'll probably find a buyer and just come to an agreement with them. You know, like you would sell something in real life. You know, if I've got a sofa to sell, how much do you want to offer me for this sofa? You know. Aid a Covenant assault? No. Skip that bullshit. That's not a requirement anymore.
Good, you're here. Let's get
I think this is actually quite a short chapter. See if we can get this bashed out real quick. I know we went on a bit of a... We've been on a couple of... We've chased the spectral squirrel a few times today. That sounds... sounds weird. To chase the spectral squirrel. But yes, we've chased the spectral squirrel a few times today, so we need to quickly get this done. Because I'm hungry. I'm going to be honest, I'm hungry. Most people know that watch the stream on a regular basis. When Manthias gets hungry, the stream is going to end. We are getting close to that time. I need me some food. But I might see if there's a... Might see if we can quickly bash this last one out.
Hey, that's too far away.
Just seeing the time, not the only one that's hungry. No salad delivery today. Well, my lunch is leftovers from yesterday, and I'm also in charge of making dinner today, so I need to do some food preparation. Either that, or I'm just going to order pizza. take the easy route. But no salad delivery today, unfortunately. I will I will pass on that feedback to the chef. Hope she's not listening. Food prep. Take card from wallet, pick up phone, order pizza. Yeah. Food preparation at its finest. I got myself a fancy Christmas present though. I got like a make your own pizza kit, but like a nice fancy one. It came with a cookbook on different how to make different types of dough for pizza, and came with a bunch of different like different olive oils and different tomato sauces and pastes and all sorts of stuff. So I'm tempted to play with that and make my own pizza today. I want me one of those fancy at-home pizza oven things. They look smart. My next door neighbour's got one, and it annoys me every time I see him use it because it looks really cool. Pizza making YouTube video? Probably not. So, call a pizza and read a book. Yeah. Yeah, page chapter 1. Take credit card out of pocket. Chapter 2. Order pizza. Chapter 3. Wait 45 minutes. I love tailoring leveling now. Just make bandages. I know, that's literally it. It's gross. Make 700 bandages and then vendor them. Congratulations, you're now a master tailor. Thanks. Oh no, Krabby Boy died. Crab do crab things. This goblin is not made for this kind of... Crab, do crab things, for the love of God. The bonesmith is fucking useless. Jesus. Fancy pizza oven at work, no need to order pizza. Perks of running a pub serving pizza, burgers and beer. Just grab the keys, go to work. Yeah. that sounds pretty handy. Oh, I didn't even need to come up this way. God damn. I'm jealous, my local just has pot noodles. Pot noodles and pepperami. Stored up my pets, never bothered selling them since Mott. Haven't farmed in 3 weeks, just selling off old pets. Been racking in WoW tokens. Pets is a super duper mega lucrative market. Some of the most wealthy goblins in this game are big pet sellers. It's one of the only markets that scales almost indefinitely. Because there's almost no limit to the amount of servers you can be playing on. And everybody loves themselves some pets. And more importantly, everybody loves themselves some pets regardless to what's going on in the expansion. Doesn't matter what patch we're on, doesn't matter if the raid's good or the raid's bad, it doesn't matter if the catch-up gear's good or the catch-up gear's bad, pets will always sell. People always want those pets. Same with mounts, but at least with pets you've got the cross-realm ability with them, which makes them super powerful. It's one thing I wanted to get into a lot more in Shadowlands, and I just haven't really dedicated the time to it. We've had a little look at it, but we've never like put anything into action. The concern for me about pets is it almost entirely is about inventory management. Getting the pets in the right places is and equally because Trade Skill Master doesn't do a great job of allowing you to track, you know, sale data across realms. It's a little bit more difficult to keep track of everything that's going on. You tend to have to rely on you're relying on sort of market valuations on these certain pets before to you know, give you an indication to what you should be posting and selling them at. You're not going to be, you know, so much buying and selling pets based on your smart average buy price or something. But yeah, I've had a thought for a YouTube series for a long time that I've not really had the ability to put into practice. But what I kind of would like to do is to somehow get 10 different characters on 10 different realms, give them all 1 million gold each, and let them buy and sell pets on 10 different realms, and do it for like a couple of months, and just see just how it works. You know, just kind of just go with the flow, see what happens. The difficulty with that is getting 10 different characters on 10 different realms, each with 1 million gold. If I can find a sensible solution on how to do that, I might consider doing it. I've dabbled in pets, not as easy to keep track when cross-realm. Yeah. There's a few people in the community that I would probably hit up to get their 2 cents on good ways about doing things. Interestingly, there's not really anybody that's super publicly facing that does a lot of dealings with pets. Lazy Goalmaker's the closest. He buys and sells pets on a bunch of different realms. But there's a few people out there that are, you know, that have filthy money. We're talking fuck you level money, and it's because of selling pets. Most people are aware of Magicus. Yeah, there we go. I knew his name would come up pretty quickly. Magicus made his made his fortune with pets primarily.
If Zoval obtains all 5 sigils, nothing can stop him.
And he's often considered to be one of the richest players in the game, if not the richest.
That is all we have. If we can find additional records, I should be able
He used to have a YouTube. Like some people may old school
record keepers return to the
old school players to the game and to the goal making scene might remember that Magicus actually had a YouTube channel a long time ago.
So the Primus came to Corthia after he left Maldraxxus.
Hickons is loaded. He doesn't do pets though. Yeah, Hickons is just hardcore crazy crafter.
If we can locate more records, perhaps the
And Hickons has had the advantage that he's just been doing it for a while. I mean, there's a fair few people I think that are probably, you know, in excess of like 200, 300 million gold, and most of it will have come from buying and selling pets on multiple realms. It's very, very difficult to get, you know, get much past the sort of 40, 50 million gold mark without going multi-realm in some way, shape or form.
Our plan is ruined. There's no way to get across this chasm.
I mean, legendaries have given people the ability to well, I wouldn't say easily, but it's more realistic for somebody to get gold capped on a single realm nowadays than it ever was because of legendaries. But what you tend to find is there's even diminishing returns on your success on a single realm because, you know, there's a limited number of items, there's a limited number of customers, there's any competition you have. I mean, the cancel scan meta already is a big thing. This is why I'm trying to sell legendaries on multiple realms, so that when one realm is doing well, it makes up for the fact another realm may not be doing quite so well. But the true, I still to this day believe the true, real, powerful endgame goal making is probably in just like multi-realm pet selling. It's a commodity that is evergreen. People always want it. Pets tend to hold their value pretty effectively. Not only do they tend to hold their value, they also, like, you know, they float with the inflation as well. And as long as WoW continues to have this inflation, expansion by expansion by expansion, the value of the pets that you own at any one point only increases. Very rarely will you lose gold because of pet decreases in value. I mean, it might happen occasionally sometimes, but it's still very rare. It's just genuinely all round a good market to be in. But like I said, the barrier to entry is more about, you know, building and paying for that big collection of pets and getting them at the right price in the first place. It's all about buying and selling. You're not farming pets. You are literally buying them for cheap. It's entirely a flipping market. Hickons has insane work ethic, multitasking 5 boxes, sitting in one place for hours without twitching. Doesn't Hickons isn't he a day trader or stock trader or something? I think he's very much used to that aggressive multitasking. I think he does it for his day job. I can't remember exactly what it is he does, but it's something in that field. Which I think is A, why he's also quite good at the goal making side of things, and B, why he's got like insane ability to multitask. happened recently with a pet from WoD. The price dropped because something was fixed. Yeah, I mean, there's always. I mean, that becomes the outlier, though. I mean, Blizzard can change anything in the game at a moment's notice. You can't really play around that so much. But generally speaking, that if a pet becomes made available in an expansion, it will be often readily available during that expansion, but then will likely to probably, if anything, go up in value after that expansion, because it's the amount of people who are actively getting that pet will dramatically slow down. So this is why pets is one of those good evergreen. The sooner you get going with it, the sooner it will start, you know. BFA mounts are a good example. Yeah, I made the BFA mounts. I'm quite happy to admit was one of my not one of my better predictions. I was overly because I got asked a lot, should people stockpile the BFA mounts? When we were playing the Shadowlands beta, I was asked that nearly every day. And I always erred on the side of caution. Mainly because I multi-boxed in BFA quite a lot. And I knew just how many of these mounts some people had in guild banks. And it was disgusting numbers of them. Like, there was people with entire guild banks full of golden mains. Because they'd been multi-box farming them for 2 years. So my suggestion was, for most people, was to, you know, be cautious with how many of them that you buy, because there's millions of the damn things out there. Ultimately, though, what happened is they then changed the multi-boxing rules, and in turn actually made the BFA mounts a really rare, scarce item, because it's no longer anywhere near as easy for people to farm them. Compounded by the fact that, you know, we're no longer playing in BFA, so people aren't accidentally getting them just by playing the game. So yeah, that was one of my lesser accurate predictions. But either way, some things you get right, some things you don't. That's why it's called a prediction. BFA island gear for a while. I've not, because you can solo islands now. I've not really paid much attention to what's happened with that. Has the island gear really seen any noticeable difference in value since 9.15 came out? Is there anybody that, you know, sort of has good dealings in that area? Didn't notice any changes? Because in theory, it should be much easier for people to farm for it. But at the same time, I don't really think that islands by themselves... I don't think islands by themselves are really valuable for people to, you know, farm. Sure, you'll have those collectors that want the pets and mounts from there and stuff, but they're few and far between. I genuinely think the good pieces of transmog from the islands will still continue to be valuable forever and a day, because you're going to have to give somebody a really good reason to go back and run islands, I'll tell you that much. And I would understand people being out there and farming, you know, if you could sell the mounts, it'd be a different game. It'd be a totally different game if you could sell the mounts, but considering, you know, the pets are meh either way, and the transmog, it's incredibly random with what you get. I would imagine that market will stay pretty healthy.
From reaching the sepulchre, this must not come to pass.
The
Even
primus'
locking my sigil away here.
One soul on the top hat for 200k. Boom.
Or where?
The sepulchre is not to be discussed.
Ironically, I got more sales of the island gear, but the price didn't really change all that noticeably. I guess it's, you know, it's, it was in the public eye. Maybe people were like, ooh, what's this island transmog? Oh, that looks cool, I'll buy that, kind of thing. Maybe it was, you know, it was sales by, how would you phrase it? Sales by association, I guess. People were talking about the fact that you could now solo them, and instead of actually farming them, they were like, well, I could just go buy it. The further we get from BFA, the more valuable they become. It's probably very true. Probably some truth in that for sure. Still selling the weapons, the huge sword and the fish maces at the same price, 50 to 100k a piece. Damn. Maybe we should investigate a little bit at some point. Put that on the to-do list, maybe. Like I said, I'm not a big farmer, so I kind of forget that these things exist. But if you can zerg solo islands efficiently enough to get a couple of, you know, it's probably no different than farming an old dungeon or a raid or something, surely. Blade of the Northern Kings. It's a great sword. Yeah, some investigation might be needed at some point. There's still a couple of mounts I need from islands, to be honest, so I wouldn't be... I probably wouldn't say no to farming some islands at some point, just for science. We do a lot of stuff for science. Hang on, stupid crab keeps dying. I'd probably science a few solo all the things islands. Yeah, maybe. Science that for a few days at some point when we got, you know, a bit of downtime. Got to conquer Draenor first, though. Got to make our millions on Draenor. Our goal is to have more gold on Draenor than Lazy Goldmaker by the end of 2022. I was going to say by the end of the year then, and then I realised that's tomorrow. I'm good at gold making, but not that good.
Speak up. Get going then.
There is much to be done.
To the vault. This chapter seems to be taking a lot longer than I remember it taking. What is with this one? I thought this was a quick bash it out. Here you go. Here's your Tome of Origin. See you later. Peace.
That will get you right to the forward camp outside the vault.
Might as well pick up a stupid nest of stupid materials. I really need to take that chauffeur thing off my favourites list. Friend used to set a goal of hitting gold cap at the end of each expansion. Shadowlands will be the first time he doesn't make it, thanks to real life stuff. Honestly, there's still plenty of time. Like, I shit you not, legendaries are going to go absolutely bananas in 9.2. If you're on at least a semi-populated server, there's an easy gold cap to be made still. If you he's not currently playing and won't be for a while, sadly. Whoops. Well, I mean,
how can I serve?
I used to do the same. I used to try and cap out before the I wanted to. I mean, I've been gold capped in every expansion since TBC, at least at some point. I may not necessarily have finished the expansion gold capped, but at some point I had been gold capped in every expansion, which is also more of an annoyance to why I don't have the Longboy, because there was definitely periods of time where I could have had it. But I pissed all of my gold away on 8 accounts paid for with gold and stupid things like that. obviously being gold capped in previous expansions was often, you know, it was a million. It was 214,000 for a long time. That was relatively simple to do. Then it went up to 1 million, which it started to get a little bit more tricky. And then 10 million. Do we think that they'll increase the gold cap? I don't think they'll bother, because so few people get anywhere near it nowadays, I don't think. But do we think they'll increase the gold cap? Is it important enough for them to even bother thinking about? I'm not sure. I'm going to get myself killed here. I need to remember that I'm not indestructible yet. Oh god, now I'm really up shit creek. Better still, just make gold account wide. That's a smart move. Yeah, why does it need to be character based? It's true. If they do, it'll be the side effect of some other change, like maybe just getting rid of copper and silver, rather than because of the goal, I think. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, it'll probably end up being a byproduct of another system change, more so than anything. Right, rescue this fella.
Did the jailer find us? It is good to see you safe, friend. Talgalan? I saw a vision.
Oh, hang on. Hang on, hang on.
The threads of fate surprise us all.
Can you stop attacking me, please? Much appreciated. There we go. This is where I'm starting to notice the fact that I'm severely undergeared. Severely undergeared. These item level 68 trinkets are not doing me any favours right now. Oh dear. I almost fell down the hole then. That would have been a bit of a boo-boo, wouldn't it? Monumental on the boo-boo scale.
Knowledge is both a burden and a curse.
Goku time walking? Hang on, what have I missed? What's going on with time walking?
Come, my friend.
Is it wise for you to join the battle, Talgalan?
Count-wide gold cap of 9 million and guild on every character? No, we want to keep the gold cap on at least 10 mil on each character. Jesus, if an account could only have 10 million gold, there'd be a lot of people that would have a big problem with that. You at least need it to stay as big as it is, if not bigger. Time walking gives 1,000 badges this week, 2 quests. Oh, because you get the yeah, because it's double bubble, isn't it? You've got Legion and you've got TBC at the moment. Yeah, I see, I see. TBC ones are more fun. I liked the Burning Crusade dungeons. They were quite simplistic and to the point. Dungeon design nowadays feels a bit, you know, it's designed for Mythic Plus. Which means everything, you know, all of the mobs are designed in a way where there's, you know, there's a pull rotation and this sort of stuff. It's not as, they don't seem to be able to be quite as creative with dungeons as they once used to be because, you know, they're designed for Mythic Plus. And not to get back onto this conversation we had yesterday about Mythic Plus and why it exists in the first place, but it is a byproduct of having Mythic Plus be a thing. Does mean that they are less creative with any new dungeon that they make, because they know it has to be suitable for the Mythic Plus scene at some point, which is you know, I guess you can have your own opinions on that. Take your Mage Tower gear into it, DPS will be nuts. Oh, you're probably right, actually. My main hunter will probably absolutely shred the TBC dungeons. That could be quite funny. Because he's, although it's not, although the gear set that we have on our hunter is specific for the Mage Tower, it's not super optimized for time walking in general. There's a lot more, looking at some of the, you know, spending some time looking at the time walking stuff. Because obviously in regular time walking, dungeons and whatever, you can use legendaries, you can use borrowed power systems. And so a lot of your slots are things like Legion legendaries and stuff. So the BIS list per se for like time walking dungeons is different to what the Mage Tower is. Yeah, Azurite gear and stuff like that. Stuff that's got like crazy bonuses and procs and stuff on it. That just scale in a, you know, a weird way. I do kind of like the idea of making that. I had loads of fun. I genuinely did have a lot of fun spending a couple of days gearing for one very specific purpose. Going back, seeing some old dungeons, working out, you know, is this trinket better than that trinket, that sort of thing. I'd happily do that sort of thing again. I didn't necessarily feel like doing it again straight away just for another class for the same reason, but I liked the gameplay that was generated because of it. And more of that nature would be welcomed, I think. Where do these little misery things keep coming from? There we go. There's a thing that gives us proper. It was fun to watch you do it as well. See, that's what surprised me. A few people said that it was actually quite interesting to watch as well. My inventory is full, of course it is. Can we get a vendor mount here somewhere? Oh, damn. Oh, my inventory really is full, isn't it? All that stupid shrouded cloth that we bought yesterday. Because TSM had a heart attack and told us to buy the wrong thing. What do we still need over here? 1% on this. Right, kill you. Pew pew. Down you go. Oh, now we go. Oh, okay. Now we go into the. Now I remember. I was wondering why the hell this quest line took so long. Now we go into the vault. Now we get the sigil. Now it makes sense. Gearing and true BIS lists are very interesting for time walking. Something that's been lost. Yeah, the somewhat of an annoyance is that how Blizzard approached it. The fact that they were willing to, for the purpose of the Mage Tower, which was a one-time event that turns up, you know, once every 6 months, they were willing to almost sacrifice the time and effort that everybody had put into building these time walking sets, you know, by nerfing old trinkets and silly things like that, just to aid with their balancing of the Mage Tower. It's like, fuck. That really annoyed me to see, because that was Blizzard's, you know, band-aid fix to make the Mage Tower, you know, the piece of content work properly, when actually what they were doing is just hemorrhaging the time and effort that people had put into their past gearing sets and all of the countless hours that people had spent working out, you know, which trinkets work better and testing and theory crafting, they just shat on it all in one swift go, just for the purpose of, you know, balancing solo content. It's like, oh. That's why I so often see some of the decisions Blizzard make, and I'm just like, no, like, what are you doing? There was a whole community that was, you know, ready to explode. It was already, like, the time walking community was already growing. The Mage Tower has only added to it. It's now, you know, a lot in the eyes of a lot of people. It's content that they didn't really think about being content, that they can go and farm up a set of gear that works specifically for this one purpose. Oh, okay, it's Legion, I don't know, it's Wrath of the Lich King Time Walking Week. Let me get my Wrath Time Walking set on and let me just go and absolutely dumpster some old dungeons. Why? Because it's fun. Number one, because it's fun. And in their efforts to balance the Mage Tower, they took a big crap on a lot of that, which was sad to see, unfortunately. But you know, Blizzard do Blizzard things occasionally. But as we ultimately get more into like the collecting of stuff, we'll probably venture into that little corner of the game a little bit more. Really miss pulling out my expansion specific legendaries and stuff for each time walking. Yeah, this is it. Like, it was like the entire. Once again, we talk about design philosophy. The design philosophy behind time walking was to give people the opportunity to go and use these things from past expansions and to play through this content that's still in the game, but bring it to a level that's, you know, at least a little bit more relevant. And yet the fucking fun police had their way with it. All in the name of balancing solo content. I would understand doing it if it, you know, if it was just, if they were fixing bugs and stuff. But, you know, actively choosing to nerf enchants and trinkets and this sort of stuff, it's like, why? This is the fun bit of the game. This is not the serious competitive end game. This is the fun bit of the game. Leave the fun alone. Put the fun down. Step away from the fun. So a new player being able to build up a Legion artifact weapon would have been fun. Yeah! I don't know why they take that stuff out of the game. It's been a huge complaint of many people's for years that, like, we go from one expansion to another and they basically put a big red cross through the past expansion. Nope, you're not playing that anymore. How dare you even consider having fun in that anymore? Nope, you're going to go play this instead. And it seems weird that they have that approach to it. But here we go. We have finally, it's taken us a little bit of time, but we have now got Tome of Origins to give us access. Although we can't craft ranks 5s and 6s yet because we don't have the experience in the legendaries, but we have the potential. We have the potential to craft every single rank of legendary on Draenor now. We just need to do it. We just need to do it. Here's our Tome of Origins. For reference, because I know this confuses a lot of people. If you get to this point in the quest line and you have not leveled your professions, and you do not have the basic legendaries unlocked, you will not get this as a quest reward. You do not get given this, which is why it also, once I complete this, will show up on Duchess Minx. This is why in the tooltips, when you see here, you see quest untangling the sigil, and you also then see vendor, Duchess Minx, Corthia, Death's Advance, Honored, 2000 Stygia. This is the get out of jail free card for those that didn't have their professions when they did the campaign quest. That you have a, oh okay, well I can go buy it from you instead. It's probably not here, it probably won't show up until I relog, but yeah, if you have your professions in order before you complete that quest, you get the item, and wherever it's gone, where did it go? Hello? It should be on the top row here somewhere, right? Surely? Where's it gone? Hello? Who stole it? Who yoinked my Vestige of Origins? Where'd it go? Oh, sorry, that was a quest reward for this quest. I need to complete the quest first, of course. Sure. I gotta take it to the rune carver. I forgot. You don't get it just yet. It's the quest reward for doing this quest.
To the rune carver in Torghast. If you bring this to him, perhaps he will know how to untangle the sigil.
Guild is setting up a Herald of the Titans run. We've had so much fun gearing up those level 30 characters. It'll be even more fun to go in and try the achievement. Those characters will be used afterwards to go into other old raids that are level 30, just to go in there, have some fun, do the bosses like they were meant to. Yeah, that sort of stuff is, I mean, it's that mentality that created the desire for Classic to, you know, be a thing. That people wanted to go and experience these old raids and dungeons the way they were meant to. You can kind of falsify it now by being the right level for the dungeon. But of course, Project 60 from before we had the level squish is a good example of this. But of course, you've still got all of the modern talent trees and modern characters, and there's a good chance at level 30 you probably don't even have half of your core abilities yet. I seem to remember as a hunter you don't get multi-shot until like level 42 or something silly. So there's some weird things that does happen, but I get it that, you know, it can be fun to just play around with the old stuff. This is why the Fun Police needs to stay away from BlizzardCon, like. And it's a knee-jerk reaction. Blizzard don't realise they do it half the time. That's the thing. They don't realise the detrimental effect of just like knee-jerk hotfixing certain stuff. Oh my god, warriors are completing the mage tower too easily. Oh my god, let's nerf 5 trinkets. No, just let the warriors do it anyway, because who cares? What if all of the warriors get their gear? Ah, big whoop. But actually, by nerfing those 5 trinkets, you've actually just shat on a whole, you know, corner of the game for another bunch of players. It's just dumb. Need a hunter for Bloodlust, the only class that has it at level 30? Really? Does Shamans not have it by level 30? That's funny. There we go. So I mean that goes to show there's a couple of weird stuff that happens, but oh god, I've just realised. Do we have to do? Oh no, this isn't where we have to do the Torghast run. It's like if I'm going to have to do the Torghast run as well, then that's not happening. But this is just we talk to the rune carver and pew a few things, and then we get it. We are inches away now, which is needed because I am hungry. I need to get me some food.
This is the rune carver? Doesn't look like much. I will aid you.
Spoiler alert.
The Maw. I will infuse you with the power of anima surging through Torghast.
Infuse me. But you need to. Oh yeah. If you don't pick up the Tome of Origins naturally because you haven't got your professions in order, yes, your laziness will cost you 2,000 Stygia. But if you see, why did my crab lose all his health all of a sudden? Stupid crab. Is one of his abilities to like cannibalize himself or something stupid? This crab has never got more than 25% health. He's an absolute moron. My crab's got bloody Trump disease. Looks kind of funny, but it's just totally stupid. Might be time to sack the crab. Yeah, I know. It was the Primus's buff. Oh, was that what it was? Oh, okay. Oh, well, I apologise, poor crab. You were actually just getting tankier rather than just, you know, dying for no reason. But either way, you're still a moron. Jeez, how many of these things do we need to kill? 74%. We're getting there. We're getting there. That's good. She's expecting to barrage and just sprayed everything down. That was my barrage impression, by the way. Did you like it? Boom. You once bound me with domination. It's a little bit more kinky than it needs to be, really, isn't it? Let's be honest. I need that sound as a weak aura for every time I die in game. Then I suggest you do your best to not die in game. Boom! In the money! Give me all the juice. Yes! Yes! There's one more realm to the list. That's now 3 realms with the ability to craft every single legendary. Woo! Okay, what? That's technically a lie. We can't craft rank 5s and 6s yet, but we have the means to be able to. We need to do a little bit more, but we've got the characters in place. We've got the rep. We've got all the tools. We've got all the tools to do the job. We now just need the gold to be able to afford the materials to do the job. Lazy just felt a disturbance in the force. I don't think he even deals with legendaries all that much, to be honest. Like, I'm sure he cash cows on them a little bit, but I don't think even on Draenor, I don't think he bothers cancel scanning or doing anything like that with his legendaries at the moment. He's quite openly said that he's being extra special lazy at the moment. Right, let's get this dude to somewhere convenient. Probably back into Korthia. Magic. Alrighty, so leatherworking. Vestige of Origins, Crafter's Mark 3, Crafter's Mark 2, Crafter's Mark 1, Crafter's Mark of the Chained Isle, the whole shebang. We are kitted, decked, ready to go. Now we just need to get some materials in place and some gold in place to start pumping through rank 1 hell. That's it's going to be a sizable investment. Next time, I think we will start digging out the spreadsheet. We'll try and work out just how much gold it's going to cost us to get through rank 1 hell. If we can get through rank 1 hell Rank 1 Hell, for reference, is crafting the first 15 Rank 1 legendaries, of which you have no other choice but to do. At least not until patch 9.2 anyway. It will change a little bit in patch 9.2, but for now, you have no choice but to craft 15 rank 1s before you can unlock anything new. When you unlock rank 2, you get the choice. You can craft a rank 2 or you can craft a rank 4, dependent on, you know, different price points and costs and whatever, but we can start to work all of that out. We will resort to the spreadsheet. We'll crunch some numbers next time, I think. But we are getting places. We are getting places now. Good places. It's taken a bit of time. What's our played on this dude? / played. 1 day and 30 minutes playtime on this character. So this character is 24 hours old. 24 hours old with, you know, leveled up, tier 4, honoured, campaign, 9.0 campaign, Vestige of Origins unlocked, professions leveled, good to rock and roll now. So 24 hours playtime on this dude. We were a bit slower. We've got a little bit more playtime on the Paladin. 6 hours more playtime on the Paladin, but that's because he's also done the 9.2 campaign. Sorry, 9.1 campaign. Started at 50, yeah. This character was a boost to 50. It took us, by this, apparently 6 hours of playtime to get to 60. And then we've had 1 day's worth of playtime at 60. So in total, add this character, we've basically 2 days played, roughly. Roughly 2 days played on Draenor so far. Which equates to, based on the fact that Draenor is, what did we say? We've been playing on Draenor about 6 weeks now. Equates to about an hour and a half a day of effort to get to this point. That includes, you know, a bit of leveling, a bit of farming, a bit of rep grinding, a bit of crafting, probably quite a lot of AFKing, because obviously that / played time includes AFKing and everything. Well, you're what now? Oh yeah, that's probably right. But we are, yeah, we first started selling things towards the end of November. Sorry, middle of November. November the 9th was when we first started actively crafting and selling things. From that point, we did a bit of farming, and we've, you know, we bought things, sold things, bought things again. Not bad. Not bad. 2 characters done and dusted. 6 weeks. Kind of casual. An hour or so a day. Not too stressful. The important thing is it proves, not only to me, but it allows me to showcase to everybody else that you do not need to spend 8 hours a day to get in a good position to make gold in this game. Like, in little over a month, I've got 2 characters to max level. I've got both of their, 2 primary professions on each one, leveled up, crafted a bunch of stuff, done the rep grinds, done the campaign, and now it's just simply a case of just crafting and selling things. At this point, it's no longer even an hour a day. It's literally less than that. It'll be 20 minutes to do a restock, maybe another 20 minutes to list things and manage the auction house a little bit, but it's not a big investment. Considering people want to make enough gold to like buy a token, you know, a token a month, this entire approach could, you know, maybe not in your first month. We don't have a token's worth of gold currently, but we have definitely had a token's worth of gold. We've sold over 1.4 million gold worth of stuff. That gold had to have come from somewhere. The only reason that we've not got the liquid gold at the moment is because we've chosen to reinvest it. Good. Nice progress. I like. But boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for today then. I need to go get some... I know I said that like 20 minutes ago, didn't I? But I mean it this time. I need to go get me some food. thank you all for joining once again today. We've had some really good viewer numbers the last couple of days. I don't know if it's just because it's, you know, festive period or whatever. People are off work and have been able to join in. But thank you all once again. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that follow button. Good example of such going on right here. We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's New Year's Eve, and so because it's New Year's Eve, it might be a bit of a shorter stream tomorrow, but we will be back tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. Happy goal making. I'll shut up. Go, you know, sub on YouTube, Discord, Patreon, you know all the stuff by now. You guys know the score. I'll be back tomorrow. Have a good day. Enjoy. Peace. Yeah, OnlyFans, relax.